Hello, chat. I just couldn't wait to start, especially because look at him. He's so cute. There we go. Geez, for a second there, I wondered why that wasn't showing up. Look at this adorable baby. I got a new toy, chat. Good morning, guys. This is a wireless lavalier microphone. I got a package of 2 of these. This, now I did not learn, unfortunately, a Lego with an afro. Yeah, I know, right? It kind of does look like that. Unfortunately, I did not discover until after I bought this that it was fucking mono. Now, apparently, there's a way to make your hold on one sec. Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing we got some news to cover today, chat. But we'll get to that. Okay. So apparently there is a way in OBS to make your microphone be like to force it to become mono, or to force it to be stereo even if it's mono. And it's kind of shitty. I don't see a dono goal. I don't know how to make that work because yesterday I made $96, but it didn't show that much, and so I was very confused by that. Unless, or are you saying, or do you want me to like do you want me to just do a super chat goal? Because I could just do that. Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll just do the dono goal. Hold on one sec. We'll just put the dono goal back up. Oh, you want me to do a super chat goal? Super chat goals are easy. Yeah, you're right, they are. Fuck it, we'll just do that. Okay. We'll do 5 as per usual, and then we'll do these little guys. We'll do it for 2 hours? $1 equals 1 pet for Stuart. There we go. Okay. Now, all right, yeah. So yeah, now there's a super chat goal. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test out the range, and I want you guys to tell me. Well, I'm just gonna turn this on. Okay. Now I'm going to test out the range, and I want you guys to tell me exactly what, hold on a second. Advanced audio properties. Yeah, okay. What would you do without me? Probably the exact same thing. I might not shill as hard without you, Conduit. I'll be honest. You are pretty essential to my shilling. Or at least you've been really good at making me do stuff, so. Okay, I'm gonna mute this mic. Can you guys hear me? Am I only coming out of one ear? Say hello to the people. Is it mono or is it stereo? Apparently it sounds fine. Oh, you are such a stinky kitty. You are so stinky. Very quiet up close. Wait, does it sound better when it's far away? Really? Like this? That's weird. Oh, hold on a minute. No, it should be it's just quiet in general. Okay, well, what about now? Is that better? I turned it up. Maybe if I do this, that's better. Okay. All right. So cranking up. Okay, now it's better. All right, excellent. Let's see what the range is like, because it's wireless, and the entire point of this is that I should be able to walk around. So, hold on. I'm gonna get the chat on my phone, as we test out my new toy here. Also, realistically speaking, it should be. There we go. Does that sound okay? Because I'm not gonna carry it. That's silly. Hold on. How about now? I basically turned it all the way up. Is the volume good? Also, is it mono or stereo? You're not going to hold it like TikTokers? I mean, I might, but I'm not standing in front of the, like, this is not replacing this. The purpose of this is so that when I walk away from the apartment, it seems stereo or fucking bass. That means that it works. Excellent. The purpose of this is that when I walk away from this desk, when I need to walk away from the computer and I'm leaving a video playing, I can still like say stuff or comment on the video, you know? This will be even easier when I'm in the office because I'll be using my wireless earbuds, so I'll be able to pause the video. It's not perfectly crisp, but it's audible. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't necessarily, I heard it before I bought this because I listened to a review and it sounded way better than I would have expected for $25 earbuds. Or for 25, because it was like $30. This shit is cheap as fuck. I'll buy a better one when I can afford to do so. And maybe I'll ask Destiny which one he has. Sounded much better when you held it to your mouth. Okay, how about now? Now it should be closer. Is it closer now? Okay, hang on a sec. Seems pretty directional. It should be, yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna get the chat up on the screen. I'm just gonna walk all the way back here to my kitchen, and you guys are gonna tell me what the audio quality is like. How does it sound? Your chair looks like a sad man. Oh. Does it still sound good? Can you guys still hear me? Oh, I see what you mean by the chair. The audio is fine. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking based. Okay, now I'm going to walk in here. It's still good in here. And now I'm in my bedroom. Can I literally walk around the entire apartment with this fucking thing? Chair Linda is depressed. Hell yeah. That is so good. Okay, now I'm standing in the office and does it still sound good? Fuck yes. Based. Okay. This is exactly what we were going for, chat. That is excellent. This means that I will be able to walk around the apartment. Oh, are you going to settle my chair? Are you a Zionist colonizer? Is this what's going on now, sir? Are you ethnically cleansing me? He waited that whole time. I know. What is this voodoo magic? It's a wireless lav microphone. And the nice thing about it is that it works in Linux, which is also incredibly awesome. Wait, is the chair getting happier? Leave the cat. Well, I have to do my wrist exercises anyway, so we're going to do that. Anyway, I'm going to switch off of this back to the good mic. But yeah, I'll ask next time I talk to him, I'll ask Destiny which lav mics he got, because the ones that he had that he took to that he had in Israel with him were really, really good. So yeah, but they're probably really expensive, whereas this obviously isn't. Like, yeah, but it'll do for now. It'll let me it achieves what I want, which is nice. Also, someone should take a screenshot of this and, like, I don't know, draw something on the chair in order to demonstrate, because I think I kind of get what you mean about how my chair looks sad. I mean, I guess these are the eyes and then there's his mouth, and yeah, if that's what you're getting at. This cat is probably funded by the US. True. The cat is absolutely funded by the United States of America. He gets all of his food from America. Nice loaf form. Exactly. Hello. His loaf form is top notch. Aw. He loves chin rubs. By the way, I love he's got like brown marking on his chin here. A friend of mine referred to it as coffee chin. Well, of course, this is much cleaner. This is a $250 microphone, the Blue Yeti. I have two of these, but I can't carry these around my apartment, you know. But I'll ask Destiny which lav mics he got. Oh, it's loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. Well, I mean, honestly, I wanted the microphone to be, do you have an audio mixing program? No, I don't. I'm in Linux. But I can get an equalizer. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Programs like that exist for Linux. I can definitely get some sort of equalizer. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get it so that it sounded a bit clipped. Ooh, okay. I don't want it to be clipped. Actually, maybe what I'll do is at some point, if he's around, I'll see if I can get Loner in here to help me with my audio to make sure it all sounds right and stuff. Because he is the audio engineer. I could also ask Destiny. He's learned quite a bit, but I mean, I don't know. Loner, I imagine, probably still knows more because he's literally an audio dude. Now it's fine. Okay, good. That's good. I mean, this is the main microphone, but I should figure out a way to make it so that with the other one, you guys don't have to crank up your speakers to hear me when I talk. That's not good. Oh. Walaikum salam. Dante. Destiny is just gonna troll you as Cloner. Destiny is the master troll, you guys. His Twitter trolls are very funny. Nothing will ever beat the fact that he fucking got Fox News, like Jesse Waters on Fox News, to believe that he got banned from Twitch because of pressure from Elon, because of his Charlie Kirk comments. That was perfect, wallahi. Oh, okay, well, thank you. How do you say thank you in Arabic? Oh, shukram. Shukram. That's it. I learned something from watching Fauda. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. In OBS, I think you can have two profiles for different mics, but I forgot. Oh, you can. I added the second microphone. I wasn't switching the output. I added the second one. Like the lav mic is in there as its own mic, and it's yeah. He's a covert conservative at this point, master provocateur. I feel like he probably could be. And like some number of people would actually believe it was true. It's Shokran. 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 Okay, so it's not Shokram, it's Shokran. All right. Shokran. I don't know. That was just how I heard it when all the people in Fauda were saying it, and that I got that, okay, that's thank you in Arabic, but yeah. I probably will never, I feel like both of those languages are going to be very difficult to learn, or either one of those languages would be, or Ukrainian. Yeah. You guys can totally see the mess of my kitchen behind me. If I keep streaming from in here, I should probably get like one of those wall thingies so that I can put up to put behind me, and then I can like hang flags over it and stuff. Less emphasis on the A before the N, and it will sound native. Shukran. Or shukran? Shukran? I swore I heard it shukran, but I mean, whatever. It's not. That's probably what they were saying, and my ears just picked it up differently. Hello. Are you going to stay there? By the way, he likes to lay here because the blanket is there. He loves that blanket. Shukran. Okay, I'll try to remember that. He likes staying there because he loves that blanket. Best part of trying to learn Ukrainian is getting Ukrainian Twitter on your feed. Best dark humor. Oh my god. How much Ukrainian have you learned, Duckbringer? Also, I'm getting like Ukrainian music recommended on my feed. There's like I found, I think, a group of soldiers that were playing an instrumental song. It sounded like Carol of the Bells, except it was like a different, like their own sort of spin on it. Because that, by the way, if anyone has ever heard Carol of the Bells, that song, that Christmas song, that's Ukrainian. My dad speaks Ukrainian. Oh, based. That's cool. Um, okay. You can't just settle my chair like this, my dude. I live here. You can't just take my house. You can't ethnically cleanse me like this. I didn't do anything to you. I'm innocent. Start resisting, Kalinda. Chair belongs to Stuart now. Don't know about Carol of the Bells. Don't know that about Carol of the Bells, and that's base. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I am the streamer now. Yes. Well, you know what, Stuart? That's fine. Why don't you say something to all the people? Do you have something you want to say? Would you like to speak to them? No? Okay. From the chair to the TV. From the chair to the TV, Kalinda will be free. Check the Discord. Oh, hey, Sans. Kalinda, do you know the Soviet song, Kalinda? I don't know. Oh, hey, he left. Yay, I got him to leave. The invader is gone. The occupier has vacated. He decided to, now he's laying in the sun. He's so cute. I don't know the Soviet song, no. Unilateral withdrawal. The felinest entity. Okay. 6-chair war. Someone told me to check the Discord. Okay, hold on. What is happening in the Discord? Oh, also we've got adorable pet pics too. I can't help it. This was so cute. Look at this. I love all the stuff about all the stories about the Ukrainian soldiers who have like helped pets. But like in that film 2000 Meters to Andreevka, when they got to Andreevka, they found a cat. And they named the cat Andreevka, and they rescued I think it's a he. And then the cat was present at the premiere of the film too. Beautiful cat. Aw, look at them. Oh, I'd be curious to read more about the roles that women are playing in the Ukrainian army. A lot of the times women are snipers, and or at least that was a thing during the Soviet Union. Who is PJ? Oh, pajamas. It's a Sunday pajama stream because I'm wearing my pajamas because we're basically going to be doing like a super chill stream essentially. Yeah. Aw. Dexter and Matador putting up with this old man. Look at the... Oh my god, a big orange baby. This is a Kupiansk cat, Busan. God, I think as far as I know right now, Kupiansk stands. Women snipers are ice cold in that looking in from the outside way. Yeah, I can just imagine. Yeah. In the Soviet Union, there was a few of them. I believe women on average have slightly better fine muscle control. That might actually be the case, or that might actually be the reason why. Yeah, I don't know. I just that's probably like the best, like, I guess, combatish role they're gonna get. It's Spiders Month. Okay, fine, I'll get out of bed. Oh, good morning, ZJM. Hey, I started earlier than I normally do, or later than I normally do. And I was thinking of you. Aw, look at the little kitten. Oh my God. These guys will have cats in their trenches too, because I think they'll keep like mice and stuff away. And also they're really good companions. I think for soldiers who were suffering from PTSD and stuff, there was also Ukraine has like a program where people can come and see animals of various types. Oh my God, look at him. Look at the little vest. That's so cute. Oh, that's a cute photo in motion. Oh, drone nets. Aw. Yeah, oh yeah. They are really good for moral support, yeah. Oh my God. I don't know if that's a Rottweiler or not. Rottweilers are really nice dogs. They're so, so lovely. Kalinda, why are you not practicing the Eastern Time superior race with your stream starts? What do you mean? I am. It's like 9 a.m. Well, now it's 10 a.m., but yeah. And that one looks like AI. Which one? This one? I mean, I don't have any reason to believe that it is, but maybe? I don't think that there's anything. Oh, little baby. I do see lots of AI animal pictures on Twitter, though. Meanwhile, Russians are rolling into combat on horseback. Yeah. Huh. The return of cavalry charges. I noticed, I think, in all the videos that Ukraine released, it was, what were they? All the videos that were released by Ukraine, of them taking out Russian soldiers on horseback, the drone would always fly into the soldier, and then the soldier would get knocked off and the horse would run away. But we know that there have been instances of soldiers or of like horses getting killed too, which obviously is really sad. But I mean, like, you know what? We just blame the Russians because they're the ones who decided to do it. I remember how my cat used to greet me when I came home from work like a couple of years ago. It was immediate stress relief. Yeah, no, I totally get that. My cat provided me with a great deal of stress relief. Yeah, when I would like during work, when I was working from home. Also, whenever I went away, like if I was gone for like a couple of weeks, because if I went to the States or if I went home to my parents' place and if I didn't take him with me or whatever, when I was still living in Toronto and I came back, like the first thing that would happen is I would come in the door and he would just be all over me, because he's such a love bug. And yeah, it was obvious that he missed me and it made me feel really good. Oh, look at these sweet babies. Aw, little guy. Kitten. Yeah, I thought that was adorable. Hello, Mina. Meme edit of the second Rohirrim charge in Return of the King with Oliphant, where the Oliphants are Ukraine. Yeah, I know, right? YouTube audio mod is literally the worst, I swear to God. Wait, what's wrong with you having issues? Mina, also. Look at Shear's doggos. Also, geez, I don't know where Sheer is. That is an incredibly nice apartment that she has, though. Or if that's her apartment, I'm assuming that it is. That's really nice. I can sort of tell it's in Israel too, at least by the buildings, or at least it looks like it is. But I don't know where she lives or whatever. It censors literally everything related to conflict. Oh, YouTube auto mod. Okay, sorry. I thought you said audio mod. I read that wrong. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the RAFAH crossing is open after over a year, and it says pedestrian passage to start on Monday, so people will be able to start walking through on Monday. It's a pilot program assessing operation of crossing as Palestinian security officers join EU mission on Gaza side of border gate to oversee mechanisms. So my understanding is, let's see actually, live view a map. I believe that Israel should, so by my estimation here at least, do we have, is it going to show us? Okay. So this is the blue is all Israel's occupied territory, is my understanding here. So RAFAH is here. So Israel is occupying all, or like, this is where the IDF troops are. They're all in this area. And then all these other areas are, this is still Hamas controlled. Or I guess whoever controlled, but probably Hamas. Belinda Live, I made something for you in Discord. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, oh my God. What the fuck is this? Is my chair an old woman now? That's so funny. I don't know why YouTube is doing that. And this is Chair Pa, I guess. Chair Ma and Chair Pa. They both have the same glasses. That's so fucking good. That's female loner. Oh my God. Well done. Make it a sticker on Discord. I will make it a sticker. That is so funny. But yeah, okay, so Israel has total control over this, which means that, so they're going to get a Palestinian security force in to be looking this over. The Rafah border crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt opened Sunday for a day of systems checks and tests ahead of its expected opening for pedestrians Monday, Israel's coordinator of government activities in the territories, COGAT agency said. Well, COGAT said the crossing between Gaza and Egypt had reopened and that a pilot is underway to test and assess the operation of the crossing. No pedestrians would actually be able to cross the border until Monday, despite earlier statements saying pedestrians would begin crossing on Sunday. RIP! But as long as they do it. So I guess that means that tomorrow Yusuf will get to leave, which is good. This is not a computer desk. It is a terror desk, a desk of death. True. Absolutely. However much hate YT Automod gets, it's not enough. I already have to, you know what? I'll see if I can, like, if there's stuff I can do about YouTube Automod, but I don't think there's anything that I can do. I've also seen people in Lonerbox's chat complaining about it, so I feel a little bit less bad about it now. But you know. Hey, COGAT said that the crossing would open for limited passage of Gaza Palestinians in both directions in accordance with the ceasefire deal. It said the so-called pilot phase on Sunday was being conducted in coordination with the European Union Border Assistance Mission. EU BAM. That sounds awesome. There's nothing except finding an alternative. Oh, Mina, are you saying that I should turn off YouTube Automod and use a different Automod thing that is less fucking stupid? I don't know if it'll actually allow me to do that, but I can try. Like I can try using the Nightbot one instead, or the Streamlabs one. EU BAM sounds like something a passport bro would say. Yeah. No, I mean getting a different chat. Oh, well, I mean that's not gonna happen right now. It's not just here, it's everywhere on YT. Okay, yeah, then I can't. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I mean, I know automod for Twitch last night stopped being an issue because of my VPN. I mean, I guess like if you guys want to try turning on VPNs if you have them and see if it makes a difference, but I kind of doubt it. Because I mean, Mina's in Germany, and if it's doing it for her, it's probably going to do it for everybody. Oh, is it because your VPN was on and then it was? Yeah, I don't know. I want to get someone to design a website to embed my stream in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mina, there's like, I offered Loner. I told Loner, hey, I'd be willing to make you a website, but I would have to do so much work with that. And I need to either make a decision of like, do I want to build this from the ground up, or do I want to use the existing code that was previously open source or that's available for DGG, like the open source version of it. And I don't know. I feel like I would have to, like, there's just so much coding shit that I would need to learn in order to do that, because I know some basic stuff, but I don't know everything. And like in my head, I understand how something like that would work. But I would have to figure it out. I think, yeah, and it's just, that's so much time. So I don't know that I could really do that. What is it with streamers and resistance to like growing their platform? Wait, what do you mean resistance to like? I mean, it's because that a lot of people really want to do what Destiny did, with like making the website and kind of like having their own sort of site chat or whatever, where people can donate to them directly through that website, and then whatever platform they're on doesn't get a cut of that revenue. Surely there are people that already know how to do that. Yeah, there are, but those people aren't necessarily going to do it for free, right? Although maybe somebody in Loner's audience might be willing to, I don't know. Okay, yeah, you can ask Phineas. I mean, if somebody is available to do it, like I can happily provide certain things. Like, or I can happily do like web hosting stuff, or like, yeah. Oh, you know a guy you could ask? Okay. Phineas the mega nerd. I'm willing to pay, maybe we can crowdfund. Yeah, I mean, like, if somebody could come up with something that's similar to the White Forest stuff that like Vosh's community did, or that White Nervosa on Vosh's community did, then yeah, sure, maybe that might work. And then like you could have multiple things. Like I could happily, or like I would happily build like a web server, or make a web, administer a web server for that, get a server so we can host websites on, etc. Yeah, I mean, that's something I can do. Or I could even like host it here out of my room. Or we could ask Sev about it. Sev might be willing to host it too, in Israel on one of his god machines. But I could set all that stuff up. Then you'll get Rose. Well, yeah, that's the problem. Like Loner already said he doesn't want to do anything with White Nervosa, because he has no desire whatsoever to like be subject to a place where he might get ideologically purity tested. He would want it to be something that he had control over. Almost all the embed websites are modeled after or are part of White Forest, which is fine as long as you never piss them off. Yeah, but that's the issue, right? Also, the White Forest stuff is modeled after the after old DGG code that's still hosted on GitHub. So like, it is entirely possible that we could totally use that. Although probably what I would do is I would go to Destiny and ask for his permission to make use of that. And I mean, I imagine he'd probably say yes. I don't see why he wouldn't. Because maybe I would give a stipulation as long as it's not being used by people who are going to spend time like shitting on him endlessly. And that's not really going to be the case, like Loner hasn't turned into a Destiny hate streamer. I'm not a Destiny hate streamer. Mina's not a Destiny hate streamer. Like, even if we have objections to certain things about Destiny, it's not like we're not JSTLK, so it should be fine. I imagine that he would be okay with that. And like, yeah, he's already said that like, I remember a while ago Destiny said something about that, about how like for whatever reason Lonerbox seems to be pretty exceptional in this space as somebody who just isn't, who like for whatever reason isn't like a super hateful person, But yeah, I'm just not interested in drama, and I'm not part of. Well, yeah, I know exactly, and I don't think Loner is particularly interested in it either. That's the thing. Unless it's Drew Pavlu. God damn, that's fucking hilarious. But at the same time, like probably what would end up happening is like we don't even necessarily have to use that code. We could also just build our own thing. But it would essentially be like a very similar model. Like I have in my brain how the code would look for like a lonerbox.gg website, like, or rather how like the main front page would look, and it is somewhat similar to how Destiny's page is laid out, but not necessarily the same. To be fair, I support Drew Pavlu. Hey, well, yeah, we all do because he's very funny. Okay, although like yeah, as Loner said, I think I watched Stardust's video. I watched the video that she released on the channel. This was fire. I really liked this opening. But let me see if I can find it. Hold on a sec. This was so funny. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. I just want to watch the opening. The opening that she came that like Stardust's intros are fire. She's a really, really good editor. I hope that one day I can have an editor as good as her, or I can just have her as my editor. Grifter. Drew's realized how little thought it needs to be be right wing. Yeah, I know, right? Damn, Loner's almost at 60K. I hope he gets
Drew
there
is a
soon.
warrior, okay? Drew is fighting an eternal struggle against the fact that not enough people want to pay any attention to him. Drew is an attention-seeking, self-righteous, vacuous piece of shit. He looks inside himself, okay, this guy, and he sees nothing. All he does is he just waltzes around, leapfrogs and ping-pongs from one social justice fucking cause to another, from one political thing to another, from one LARP to another, to try and get people to pay attention for him, and so that he can act like a fucking tool in public to get people to like him and sympathize with him.
Are you worried about the fact that the president of the United States has a crypto coin that allows people to donate to him without any trace?
I think the crypto coin's bad.
Like, but worse than anything else that's been done in terms of open access corruption to the president that we know of in recent U.S. history?
I just said to you that I think the crypto coin's bad.
I didn't ask if it was bad. I said, is it worse than any corruption that a president's been involved? Very bad? Listen to how fucking spineless and cocky your language is. Very bad?
Oh my god, he's so disgusting. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was good. Drew is in an eternal struggle to get more people to pay attention to him. Like, I think one of my favorite quote tweets to date was when I quote tweeted Drew Pavlu whining, like he added Elon whining about like communists, basically like supposedly trying to like track him down or harass him or whatever, and he posted, and I just quote tweeted it, and I just wrote in all caps, Elon, pay attention to me. Because that's basically what it is. Like that's his whole thing. Is that like Elon gave him a crumb of attention, and now he's just like he's so eager to get any more of it that he possibly can. When Loner goes after someone, he goes for the throat and balls simultaneously. Yeah, I know. Like, yeah. He hates Drew. I mean, and which I understand, you know, on account of the fact that like Drew doesn't really probably believe in much of anything, and yeah. Oh, Avi made a bunch of new emotes in the Discord. They look so cool. Look at these. Look at these emotes that he made. Look at these things. It's me. These are so cute. Rage. I mean, I think that he, like, to be fair, I'm pretty sure these are all AI, and he just basically cut them up But yeah, they are super cute. And they work really well too as react emojis. But I need to I need to, well, yeah, we should add those to, I need to ask him for the regular versions of these, or the non-emote versions of these, because that I want to add some of those as a YT sticker, or as YouTube emotes, because we need more emotes in YouTube chat. I will work on that later. It's like people hate the one who got a 10. Oh, are you talking about Drew? Yeah, potentially. Okay, Jesus. God damn, we got like super distracted and went off on a tangent. Anyway, fucking Kogat. So it's limited passage, because the EU BAM, or it's going to be a pilot that's going to be conducted in coordination with the European Union Border Assistance Mission, EU BAM, Egypt, and all relevant stakeholders. And all involved parties are carrying out a series of preliminary preparations aimed at increasing readiness for full operation of the crossing. The actual passage of residents in both directions will begin upon completion of these preparations, it added. So people who left are going to be able to come back starting tomorrow. Probably people from Egypt. My kid put mayo on the window. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Add share Linda. You know what? I should do that, honestly. That would be funny. You mean share Linda, you mean that silly thing that Sans made, or just like a picture of my chair? I guess we'll see. Also, I gotta get some Steward emotes too. Well, no Gazans will be allowed through the border on Sunday. The crossing showed signs of life for the first time in nearly a year, since it was closed last March with the collapse of a ceasefire signed in January 2025. Palestinian security officers passed through the crossing's Egyptian gate and headed toward the Palestinian gate to join a European Union mission that will be supervising exit and entry, said an Egyptian official, who spoke on condition of anonymity because he wasn't authorized to talk to the media. Ambulances also crossed through the Egyptian gate, the official added. So this is good too, because more aid will also be able to get in, which is excellent. Because before, RAFAH was where a lot of the aid was crossing through. The reopening is expected to facilitate the entry of a 50-member Palestinian technocratic body, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, NCAG, established to oversee the day-to-day governance of the territory's 2.2 million residents. The committee, established under the ceasefire deal, will be supervised by the so-called Board of Peace, chaired by U.S. President Donald Trump. However, the NCAG, headed by former Palestinian Authority Deputy Minister Ali Shath, is not expected to enter the Gaza Strip on Sunday, a member of the committee said. The head of the committee was informed that Israel has approved the entry of the members into Gaza, but has not yet set a date, he told AFP. Oh boy. Hello. Can I help you, sir? I have a cropped chair Linda already in community suggestions. Oh, okay. Chat wants this Lookner instead. Oh, another Lookner. Hold on, I'm gonna I'll add that. I'll add this too, but there's no way that that's gonna look good small. I mean the chair thing. Oh, people want Andrew Wilson trying to open the jar. There's some stuff that I can add as stickers. What is this that Valorfax is asking me to add here? Oh, 6667, 01. That's funny. These actually might make good, maybe stickers. It's just for who wants it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Maybe I might be able to add those as stickers. It's literally slippery. Did he actually say that? I'm not sure. I think I maybe saw the clip, but I'm definitely gonna. Okay, we'll try to add these emojis. Hello, sir. Hi. You are so sweet. Oh my god, he's purring. Listen. Oh, geez, now he's just trying to grab it. Here. Can you guys hear him? Get a collar and mic him up. I have a collar. I don't know how well that would go over, though. I feel like he would get super mad. Hi. Stuart, what the fuck? That was rude as shit. I mean, You want to play? He's like, no, I want you to feed me, you stupid human. Yeah, he is a very loud, purry little guy. Or a big guy, rather, because he's a big boy. I mean, like... Just to give you an idea, chat. Look at this big boy. Hi. He likes to be held, though. He's a big love bug. The head of the committee, Chunky Monster Baby, yeah, essentially. That is him. The head of the committee was informed that Israel had approved the entry of the members into Gaza, but has not yet set a date. That's not great. Big, strong man, little baby guy, yeah. We call on all meteors and the U.S. administration to accelerate operations at the crossing and increase the number of travelers. According to Schath, travel in both directions would start Monday. Multi-step mechanism. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to keep going like this, and then you guys can see the baby. Aww. Say hello to the people. Okay, I guess you're done. He's so cute. I love you. Okay, in addition, okay, multi-step mechanism. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel will allow 50 medical patients a day to leave. An official involved in the discussions, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the diplomatic talks, said each patient would be allowed to travel with 2 relatives. In addition, some 50 people who left Gaza during the war would be allowed to return each day. The number of travelers is expected to increase over time if the system is successful. Okay. I mean, I don't know. This seems reasonable if they want to like check everybody, make sure people aren't bringing in weapons or any of that kind of stuff. I think I understand that. As long as like people are actually, as long as they're not like, I guess, turning people away inordinately, but like whatever. Asking people to wait. Last week, the Times of Israel reported that all Gazan Palestinians seeking to enter or leave the strip will be required to receive Egyptian approval, and Egypt was to send the names to Israel's Shin Bet Domestic Security Service for clearance. You know what? Whatever. That's fine. Gonna do security. Israel will supervise the exit of Gazans to Egypt remotely from a control room. Israeli officers using facial recognition software will verify that those leaving the strip are on a list of approved names and open up a gate at the crossing to allow them through. As long as there's not like any weird shit where they where like they make any mistakes or people who people get stuck who shouldn't get stuck. Like I'm thinking of Yusuf, but he should hopefully be able to get out. Yusuf is the that kid who's been basically live blogging his experience living in Gaza during the war, and he's been doing uploads and stuff. I think he's been doing it for a couple of years now, basically. And he's been talking about how he wants to get out because he is Palestinian, but he came to Gaza he came to Gaza to study because it was cheaper than doing it in the UAE. But he used to live in Dubai and he wants to go back there. He probably also has family there too. So, but he and his family, or he and like I guess a bunch of his family, came to Gaza where he was studying because it was just cheaper, and the quality of education in Gaza is actually pretty good. Or in the Palestinian territories, I should say. You know, aside from all the weird brainwashing to make you hate Israel, but I mean I actually don't know what forms it. Like I don't know if they do that at the universities or not. Although I think he was going to high school there, but you know. The entry into Gaza from Egypt will, however, include an Israeli security screening, and as those Palestinians will arrive at an IDF checkpoint after passing through the Rafah crossing. Only afterwards will they be permitted to continue towards the Hamas-controlled areas of Gaza. Oh, okay, so they're just going to let people go into the Hamas-controlled areas if they want? Ooh, okay. There are no plans to allow the crossing to be used for aid and goods, which go through other crossings where they are screened by Israel for contraband, especially weapons. Oh God, that's not good. They need to start letting food to come back in. Hopefully they can make them do that. Having another crossing will increase the amount of aid. And also, like before all the other crossings were open up, a lot of stuff was coming through the Rafah crossing. This needs to change. In the years before the war, Hamas used the Rafah crossing to bring in numerous weapons and other supplies into the strip for its military wing without any Israeli oversight, according to the IDF and security officials. I mean, part of that was also because they were digging tunnels. Like there was a tunnel that went under the Rafah crossing, and that was why they were able to do that. Like that was why Bibi was so obsessed with having the Philadelphia corridor, even though apparently it doesn't even necessarily matter. But the Israeli defense establishment is backing an idea for a tri-border crossing between Israel, Egypt, and Gaza, where the current Kerem Shalom crossing is located. Medical patients anxious to cross for treatment. RAFAH, which Palestinians see as their gateway to the world, has been largely shut since it was seized by Israel in May 2024. About 200,000 Palestinians needing medical care are hoping to leave war-devastated Gaza via the crossing, and thousands of other Palestinians outside the territory hope to return home. According to the data from COGAT, some 42,000 Gazans left the strip during the war. The vast majority of them patients seeking medical treatment abroad or dual citizens. The crossing was briefly opened for the evacuation of medical patients during a ceasefire in early 2025. Israel had resisted reopening the Rafah crossing, but the recovery of the remains of the last hostage in Gaza last week cleared the way to move forward. Zaire El-Wahidi, head of the health ministry's documentation department in Gaza, told the Associated Press that the ministry hasn't yet been notified about the start of medical evacuations. That'll be like the Hamas health ministry, because I don't think they have like a dual system. Hello, Chase. Putin's birthday is 10/7. Coincident? Oh my God. Every day that passes drains my life and worsens my condition, said Mohammed Shamia, 33, who suffers from kidney disease and requires dialysis treatment abroad. I'm waiting every moment for the opening of the Rafah land crossing. Safa al-Hawajri, who has received a scholarship to study overseas, was also largely anticipating reopening. I'm waiting in the hope of fulfilling my ambition, which is tied to the reopening of the crossing, said Hawajri, 18. I hope to be able to travel as soon as it opens. Well, Hopefully. Okay, well, so you know what? Good. They've started to do some of that, and RAFAH Crossing live. This live event has ended. Oh, this is from a year ago. Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe tomorrow they'll have a live cam. That'd be nice. But yeah, Rafah is on the border with Egypt, and you know, the other one is here at Kerem Shalom, which I'm guessing is this like an Israeli town? Apparently Mamdani's mother went to a party at Epstein's New York apartment in 2009. Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, also on another funny note, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I muted Elon's Twitter because literally if I didn't, it would be all over the fucking place. Oh no. Elon is denying what is in the Epstein files about him. Oh, it's a kibbutz? Okay. Which is very funny to me. Like, he's just saying legacy media lies relentlessly, and then this other Elon, like, dick rider account is just like, legacy media is the worst propagandist machine. Epstein had presidential level connections. He can contact anyone in the world if he wanted. Epstein tried to pull Elon into his circle and Elon rejected him outright, but these so-called journalists twist that into a story about deep connection. Bro, this is just what was in the files that were released by the government. Like, the emails were there. We talked about this yesterday. CNN didn't just, like, repeat stuff that was in the emails. This is just so funny. Like, Elon is just, like, fact-checked. Fact check, no epic island vacation email thread with Elon Musk and Epstein files released. So wait, are these guys literally just saying that this is a lie? That this is just a lie? That, like, don't believe your lying eyes? The Nazis were right wing is the big lie. They were always left. I'm not going to get sidetracked. We're not going to get sidetracked. I'm not going to get ADHD'd into talking about the fucking Nazis and how, no, that's not true. No one pushed for me to have the Epstein files released. No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released. I mean, that's fine, Elon, but you're in them, and you can't deny that you're in them. I just think that's really funny. God damn, this guy tweets so fucking much. I wish that he would just talk about rockets and nothing else. I bet that Elon is God, wow, Ian Miles Chong is just like a complete Elon like dick rider now. He just loves him. They're desperately trying to make you listen, Drew Pavlu, take note. If you want Elon to retweet and talk about you, you need to do what Ian Miles Chong is doing. You need to constantly talk about how the media is lying about Elon and how amazing and awesome Elon is. The only way to get Elon's attention is to talk about Elon. You can't talk about yourself. That doesn't work. Elon is a narcissist. If you want to gain the attention of a narcissist, you have to pander to him. That's how this goes. Oh my God. I love Melania. How's Melania doing? How's the movie doing? Hold on, let's see what Wikipedia has to say about it. American documentary film. Okay. Documents Melania Trump, the first lady of the United States, in the 20 days before her husband Donald Trump's second presidential inauguration. Wow. Oh no. Melania was released in the United States on January 30th, 2026. It received overwhelmingly negative reviews from critics and has been called by some a pro-Donald Trump propaganda film. The film has grossed $2.9 million against a $40 million production budget. RIP! RIP, bozo. Yeah, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, Drew probably is too narcissistic for that, because then he would have to actually talk about, apparently one person in the UK bought tickets, but reception box office. Hold on. United States, Melania was released alongside Send Help, Shelter, and Iron Lung, and was projected to gross around $5 million from 1,500 theaters. The film made $2.9 million on its first day. So it didn't even reach their projection, increasing weekend estimates to 8 million, which was 60% more than was originally expected. Okay, then. So it did actually 8 million. Okay. But it didn't, yeah, that's funny on the. So it made more than they expected it to make, but like, did they know they were going to lose money on this? Of its opening day audience, 49% identified as Republicans, while 2% identified as Democrats, 74% were Caucasian, 11% Hispanic, 4% Black, 4% Asian, and 7% Native American or other. The audience was 72% female. Wow, of course, interesting. In the days leading up to its release, the largest AMC theater in Boston was reported to have only one ticket sold. Reported that only one ticket was sold over 3 showtimes, while theaters were nearly sold out in ultra-conservative hubs such as Plano, Texas. A review of 1,398 showings on Fandango Media in 329 American theaters by Wired showed that only 2 screenings were sold out before the premiere. That's funny. Yeah, 72% female. Well, I mean, it's about his wife, right? So I imagine that dudes probably aren't going to want to go watch it. I think it might get nominated for the FIFA Best Person Married to the Subject if Film Peace Prize. True. But yeah. There was sold out screenings in Trump's native Slovenia. Oh, that's just because Melania is from Slovenia. So probably a lot of people there were interested because she's Slovenian, or she's a Slovene. Among 27% among 27 showings in 8 theaters in Mexico City, 15 of those had not sold any tickets, with an estimated 2.9 screenings. Oh, it doesn't say anything about the UK thing, but that's pretty funny. Okay. Yeah, so RAFAH, glad that is happening. Hopefully there'll be more info about that tomorrow. I'm sure Loner will also talk about that. I don't know if I will go live tomorrow or not. We'll see. Maybe I should see if I could coordinate with Loner. Perhaps together the two of us could muster up a decent stream schedule. She's the only famous person from Slovenia besides Zizek. All right. So let's see what Hakeem Jeffries has to say, shall we? Whoops. Oh, right. The Facebook player is fucking terrible.
We should have an explicit prohibition that DHS cannot detain or deport American citizens, period, full stop. The American people support it. The American people also support enforcement of the 4th Amendment. These extremists seem to believe that the 4th Amendment, prohibition on unreasonable searches and seizures, they should read it. They claim to be fans of the Constitution. These extremists seem to believe that the 4th Amendment does not apply to DHS enforcement activity. They've lost their minds.
Yeah. So that was Hakeem Jeffries with regards to or talking about the shutdown. So right now there is a partial government shutdown that is happening because that they did not pass the funding bills for certain parts of the government. And the reason why this is happening is because that the Democrats are putting their foot down and saying they want reform for ICE. You saw Jeffries talk about some of the stuff that he wanted. We could watch his full thing, but Hakeem Jeffries was on Fox too. Oh, this is everyday Americans have concluded that ICE has gone too far. Can we get the video? Because it'd be cool to see him. Oh, hell yeah.
So the latest is that we're getting word that Senate Republicans have emerged from a closed door.
So this is from a couple days ago. So the government's been shut down for a couple days now, but or I think it was yesterday. No, it has been a couple days because I remember. Yeah, they are asking for no masks for ICE. They want clear identification and they want body cameras to actually be on ICE people and they want them to stay on. They want judicial warrants. They don't want any of these administrative warrant bullshit, which is because that's been an issue, right? An administrative warrant is basically like, if a judge won't give you a warrant, then the administration or the DOJ can just do a warrant. I think they probably did that with Don Lemon. Because if the judge wouldn't give them a warrant for that. Oh, okay. The shutdown started Friday. Yeah, that makes sense. They might have thought that they might show Slovenia in the movie. True. Maybe they may have thought that. And they also want they want to end or restrict the roving patrol style enforcement, and they want to force coordination with state and local law enforcement. They want a uniform code of conduct for ICE and independent investigations for violations. They want use of force rules brought to normal policing standards, and they want limits to U.S. citizens, which is what Jeffries said. Obviously, some people think it's silly that Jeffries was saying something that was basically like, obviously they shouldn't be allowed to deport American citizens. But I think it's pretty clear that they need to put safeguards in place to ensure this doesn't happen. Because right now, ICE has detained American citizens. I'm not sure if any have been deported, but they've certainly fucking detained them. And that's not good because it means that they're not being careful. Like, they are out there doing weird racial profiling shit. I mean, you guys have seen the videos of them being like, oh, you have an accent. You don't sound like you're from here, all this other weird shit that they've been engaging in. And yeah, like that stuff needs to stop happening. Really, realistically, what they should be doing is they should be saying, you guys need to limit your shit to going after illegal aliens who have actually committed crimes. Stop trying to deport people who haven't actually done anything and who are like those people should not be at the top of the priority on the deportation list. Maybe later on, if you want to do something with those people or like bring them in and have them like have hearings or whatever so that they can plead their case and see if they can get to stay and all that other kind of shit, okay. But this notion that like it's just the deportation quotas are a huge problem, as was called out by the judge yesterday, who ordered the release of that kid and his dad. Well, by the way, apparently ICE actually did release them. I'll have to check that too. Budget side constraints are already in the DHS bill, but yeah, so there is some stuff. There's some stuff that was in the bill already. Like the reduction of detention beds and $20 million for body cameras. But there's other things that are just not there, like bans on certain tactics and stuff. And I mean, yeah, if ICE is going to go around acting like cops, then they damn well better then they should be held to the same standards that we hold cops to. And I mean, I know you could say that American cops aren't necessarily held to as much standard as they should be, and that's fair. But yeah, they just shouldn't be that just shouldn't be Like, it's still better than like no standards, basically. And I think the no masks and clear identification thing is super important. They deported a 4-year-old with cancer with his mother who wasn't a citizen. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was incredibly sad, especially since I'm pretty sure that that kid's dad, or there was other relatives who were willing to take care of that kid, and that kid shouldn't have been deported. I'm not joking or being hyperbolic when I say that the exact shit with that DHS and ICE are doing now are the things we were worried about when they were created. Yeah, like it's gone too far. I feel like actually getting rid of DHS, unfortunately, is probably not likely going to happen, but you know, I'd actually have to look more into that and see about the arguments for that based on like stuff that Epic was saying. But yeah, you know, it's like one of those things. But yeah, so we're going to listen to Jeffries. I'm actually going to play this while I brush my teeth, and I'm going to take this microphone with me. Let's see if we can let's see how we can do with the volume on this versus the volume on the microphone. Because I'm not sure, like, I like the volume of this, so I think the volume for this, I want them to be the same, but this is quieter, isn't it, chat? Hold on. Let me turn this up. Let's see what happens if I try to turn this puppy up. What about now? How does it sound now? Is it better or is it worse? Oh yeah, I know it's quieter, but does it get louder now as I turn the volume up, or is it still just quieter no matter what? Okay. What if I crank the microphone volume up to 200 or to 150? How does it sound now? Or is it still just way, way, way too quiet? I didn't even think of that. It's the same? What in the What about now? Okay, so I literally, if I speak directly into it, then it gets really loud. And then I start going into the red, which is pretty annoying, honestly. But you know what? I think that I can probably deal with that. Okay. Hold on a sec. Better, not really loud though. Not really loud though. Okay, interesting. I don't really understand. Wait a sec. Ooh. You're audible even if it's further, it's just quieter. Oof, not good. Can I gain? Okay, what if we do this? How does that sound, guys? Oh, Jesus, that's probably crazy. How about that? The volume is about the same, but it sounds muffled. Does it sound better now? I just added gain. Rip my ears. Now it's louder, but is the quality worse? What about now? I'll have to do some testing with this to listen to it and see how it sounds myself. How about this? How does it sound now? Or is it... What about this? Does it sound okay now? How about now? Does it sound good now? It's okay. Like, yeah, I just want to know if it's good. I'll have to figure out. What about this? Help me. Help me. Still okay. When you say okay, do you mean that it's that's good enough that you can hear it? Good enough. Okay, how about this?
Meeting. And when they emerged from that meeting, they sounded optimistic about a potential deal to address the government funding fight. The deal may involve past.
Okay, I don't know if my voice is, but you know what? That's fine because that I want to be able to pause it. Okay.
5 appropriations bills.
All right, that should be good enough, hopefully. Okay. I'll keep this loud enough. All right.
Out of the 6th, and then a short-term funding patch for DHS so that the government can stay open while the negotiations over DHS and the way that it does its duties, those talks could continue. So with that, let's bring in House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you very much for joining us today. How does that potential deal sound to you?
Well, we want to avoid a government shutdown, but it's necessary to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security dramatically changes the way in which it has been conducting itself. Taxpayer dollars should be used to address the affordability crisis here in the United States of America, which is very real. It's not a hoax. It's ongoing, by the way. Taxpayer dollars should not be used to brutalize or kill American citizens or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families. So there are a variety of reforms that need to be put into place that the American people are demanding. Your own poll has shown that everyday Americans have concluded that ICE has gone too far and that behavior needs to be reined in.
So one of the issues here is that ICE's funding is already on the books through the Big Beautiful Bill. I know you have another name for it, but that's already on the books through 2029. So if a shutdown happens, which is sounding more and more likely because the House isn't in session until Monday or Tuesday, I think at the earliest, so why would you risk potentially allowing FEMA and TSA and the Coast Guard to lose funding over this?
Well, thank you for bringing up the one big ugly bill, because this actually highlights the problems that my Republican colleagues have actually been focused on the wrong issues. In the one big ugly bill, they enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, literally ripping health care away from about 14 million Americans. Hospitals, nursing homes, community-based health clinics are closing as a result of what they have done. In that same bill, they cut nutritional assistance to hungry children, families, veterans, and seniors by $186 billion, the largest cut to food assistance in the history of the country. And in that very same bill, you're right, they gave the Department of Homeland Security an additional $191 billion and gave ICE $75 billion. They're using that money to unleash mass agents on American communities, on law-abiding immigrant families, and in some instances kill the American people.
It passed.
That's right.
So now that the issue before you is, are you going to encourage the House?
Okay, Jeffries is being pretty based here. Although I just want to say, what in the fuck happened? I thought that the Republicans promised. They promised that we would be getting a vote on the healthcare subsidies. I guess that just never occurred because they're a bunch of fucking liars. Wow, I'm not shocked. Oh, okay. Apparently I can't press play from my watch. Hello, cat. I'll just come back to the computer then. I'll hit the play button. Cher Linda speaks. Just got here. Cher React. Oh, she's here. Yes, Tough Mittens. I'm here thanks to this. It's wireless and it lets me go all over my house. Okay, this face conjunction and post nasal drip is killing me. I'm gonna see if we had horseradish, so I don't have to go full menthol to clear my face tubes. Nice. Oh God, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep playing this.
To sign on to this deal, which looks like it's coming together, to keep the government open, to pass the 5 bills, to allow a CR for Department of Homeland Security. Are you going to encourage your members to be on board with that? Are you and Senator Schumer on the same page here today?
Well, we have to evaluate what emerges from the Senate, and we'll do that on the merits. We have said, and we're in complete lockstep with Senator Schumer, Leader Schumer, and our colleagues in the Senate, that we need to pass the 5 bipartisan bills that strongly emerge with support from Democrats and Republicans originally
unity
out of the House of Representatives.
Yeah,
and
but they were
certainly
also
will be
okay with the
supportive
6th
of
bill.
getting those over the finish.
We should remind people that these 6 bills were signed as part of the hangover from the last shutdown. And they were all agreed to before what happened in Minneapolis, which was very tragic. But Minneapolis is a unique situation. You're not seeing what we're seeing in Minneapolis in other places in the country. So why hold up potentially this funding on a bill that everyone agreed to, both sides agreed to in the first round?
Well, let me.
Because it's an extraordinary circumstance, because ICE is out there fucking murdering people. It's kind of important, you dumb fuck. I'm glad that Jeffries actually went on. Hopefully he'll say some good shit here. You know, Jeffries has kind of been hit or miss. That weird shit with the signs during Trump's State of the Union-ish address was that was so fucking cucked. And then the fact that I think it was it Al Green or the one dude, the black guy with the cane, that guy was based, that he stood up and he was yelling and then they censured him. That was so stupid. Cowardly behavior.
Address the statement that you just made, because that's inaccurate. The Homeland Security funding bill was before the House prior to the cold-blooded killing of Alex Pretty, and the overwhelming majority of House Democrats voted against it, and we were very clear why we were voting against it, because we believe that there should be a prohibition on ICE deporting or detaining American citizens. We believe that ICE should conduct itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
Well,
we believe that ICE shouldn't run around with masks. We believe they should have body
That's
cameras.
fine, but let me ask you a question.
We believe that judicial warrants should be available before ICE is storming.
Let me ask you a question, if I may.
Do it. Get her. Tell her, Hakeem. Tell her this is good.
People out of their cars. These are pretty basic
They are, but these are policy issues. These are not funding appropriations issues. So because of that, it feels a little bit like the last shutdown when it became about healthcare policy and kind of holding that hostage. Is that the way this is going again? Sort of treating this as if it's, policy, how the agency runs, which is really a different category than the appropriations bill. And I would mention again, this ICE funding, whether I know you don't like it, but it's a done deal till 2029.
Donald Trump and Republicans shut the government down for 43 days in the fall. Democrats were very clear. We'll find a bipartisan path forward. We just were not going to support continuing efforts to gut the health care of the American people. And right now, our position is pretty clear. It's shared by the American people that ICE should conduct itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country and not brutalize everyday Americans abusing taxpayer dollars. We'll consider any bill that comes out of the Senate on its merits. And we'll see what happens.
Okay, I mean, you said earlier that you would, you agree, you and Schumer are on the same page, Senator Schumer on the same page. Here's Tom Homan, who is now overseeing the operations in Minneapolis. Let's watch. Minnesota.
I said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. But if people out there don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for.
What? I mean, sure, but like, it hasn't really been the same. Not like this. It hasn't been ICE like going into cities like that, especially cities with very few immigrants. That's insane. Also, this whole they're doing it, that rhetoric shit. It's so stupid. It hasn't been like, you guys are the ones who've been ramping up the rhetoric. What in the fuck?
Your response to that, Leader Jeffries?
Yeah, it appears that members of the Trump administration don't think that the First Amendment applies, the freedom of assembly, the freedom to petition your government to change policies that you don't believe are in the best interest of the American people. They apparently don't believe that the Second Amendment applies, as has been demonstrated forcefully by the NRA. Clearly, they don't believe that the Fourth Amendment applies, the prohibition against unreasonable searches and seizures. The Trump administration has said that ICE doesn't apply, or the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to behavior that DHS conducts itself. All we're saying is
these are
that
all
the
things
Department
that
of Homeland Security should be reined in a manner consistent with American values.
So these are things that they would push back on point by point, and I'll allow them to do that. We're going to talk to Senator Graham in just a moment. But I have one more question for you. In New York, your home state, the other night, there was a protest in a hotel in Manhattan. And the New York Police Department went in and they said because I want to point out that the Trump administration, they're saying you cannot put yourself in between a law enforcement operation. You can certainly protest, but you can't put yourself in between a law enforcement operation. So there were 65 New Yorkers arrested by the New York City Police Department. And Mayor Mamdani did not protest this at all. Do you support that action by the New York City Police? And why didn't we see that in Minnesota? Wouldn't that have been a good idea?
Well, I'm unfamiliar with that particular incident. I'm happy to look into it and come back on your show and comment.
F all them amendments. Yeah, basically. That's essentially what these guys are saying, Fuck the amendments, I guess. Which is really stupid and annoyingly sad. Yeah, remember when Obama, deporter in chief, and also BLM happened? Oh yes, of course. We gotta always bring that up. Always gotta bring that shit up. Jesus Christ.
Comment on it, but what I will.
Okay. Dems and Republicans are the same. Toby, are you role playing as Hassan? If so, good job. Fuck that damn Homan dude. Fuck his spelling. Makes my brain tune out whenever he speaks. Yeah, I hate that guy. He's I mean, all of Trump's people are all just like sycophants who are all just gonna they're just gonna toe the line no matter what. Which, maybe some of them have want to handle things in different ways, but they are all at the end of the day like fucking Trump. They all love Trump, or they all at least know that they have to love Trump.
Say is that the American people, hundreds of millions of folks, saw a cold-blooded killing of Alex Pretty. He was called by the Trump administration a would-be assassin and a domestic terrorist. No, that was a malignant lie. We know he was an ICU
nurse. Well, the president has already sent in Tom Homan to remedy the things that you're talking about.
Veteran, I hope so, but
F Israel.
it remains to be seen.
All right, Leader Jeffries, hey, I'm surprised that you haven't heard about that arrest of 65 people in New York. You represent the 8th District in New York. You hadn't heard that 65 protesters were arrested in New York City?
Oh my God, did he do it? Did he pull I haven't heard that one before. Also, guys, there's a goal. God damn. How long until the goal ends? 33 minutes. No one has donated. Don't you want to give Stuart pets? Or I guess extra pets, because let's be real, he's, yeah. Okay. He gets lots of pets. Let's add some emojis. Keep watching this.
Are you surprised that I'm here in Washington working to avert a government shutdown and make sure that ICE actually conducts itself like every other law
Do you
enforcement
think, let me
agency
ask you,
in
do
the
you
country?
think this is going to be resolved in the next 24 hours or so, this shutdown issue?
That's certainly my hope.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leader Jeffries. Good to have you here. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
you.
So we're
Okay. All right, there's another one from of Lookner. I added another Lookner emote. Okay. Pete returns to Fox News 23 hours ago. Oh, we should watch this at some point. What's the New York protesters thing? Hold on. New York protesters, hotel ICE. No sleep for ICE. 3 days ago. Really, is this what we're gonna? Leftist gun groups are seeing a rush of new members. Ooh, interesting. Somewhere out there, SDA is very pleased. ABC News. Let's see. This should be fine. Oh.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for streaming with us. I'm Morgan Norwood, and welcome to ABC News Live Weekend. Let's take a look at your top headlines. A 36-year-old New Jersey man is now facing attempted assault as a hate crime and other charges after police say he repeatedly drove his Honda Accord into the rear of Chabad World Headquarters in Brooklyn this week.
My God.
The NYPD saying Dan Sohail, quote, attacked a Jewish institution and that he knew it was a synagogue. No guns or explosive devices were found in the car. The building was evacuated as a precaution. Former Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson sentenced this week to 20 years in prison. He was
Oh, I remember this.
convicted last October of last year of the 20.
Okay, let's just. Dozens of protesters arrested at hotel in Manhattan during sit-in over immigration crackdown. All right, so why? So this is in New York and Manhattan. Why have they always been Hondas lately? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Kind of weird, isn't it? Dozens of protesters were arrested Tuesday after they occupied the lobby of a Hilton Garden Inn in Manhattan, accusing the hotel of housing federal immigration officers. A person who answered the phone at the hotel declined to comment. An email to Hilton's press office was not returned Tuesday night. It was not immediately clear if immigration officers were staying at the hotel, and Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said that information would not be disclosed. The protest came as President Donald Trump's administration has been carrying out a massive immigration operation that has spurred widespread opposition and led to 2 deaths in Minneapolis this month. Hotel chains such as Hilton have sometimes struggled to navigate whatever. Hotel chains such as Hilton have sometimes struggled to navigate the conflict during the immigration crackdown and responding protests. Yeah, I remember seeing, I think it may have been in Minneapolis or there. Oh, no, it wasn't there. Although it may have been. There were other cities that basically refused to have, where hotels refused to allow ICE to stay there. Protesters packed into the small lobby of the Hilton Garden Inn in downtown Manhattan on Tuesday, wearing shirts that read Hilton houses ICE and calling for the hotel to stop federal immigration officers from staying there. A spokesperson for the New York Police Department said its officers ordered the crowd to leave before eventually arresting the protesters who remained in the lobby. The police spokesperson said it was not immediately clear how many people were arrested, though a photographer with the Associated Press witnessed dozens of people being detained and loaded into buses outside the hotel. Yeah, okay, that's what happened. Yeah. No, that was a different thing, Short Stack Goblin. That story was that video that I was playing. I thought it was just going to be about the story that I just read, but it was actually just like headlines, and one of those headlines was that that synagogue attack. Several niche left-leaning gun advocacy groups said that since the killing of Alex Preddy by federal agents in Minneapolis, they can hardly keep up with the surging demand for firearms training. President Donald Trump sending armed federal agents into communities. Oh, tomorrow I have a dentist appointment. Thanks for reminding me, phone. So tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming in the morning, guys. Although Loner probably is going to be anyway, so you know. But I could stream tomorrow evening, maybe, especially if Loner starts to be able to maintain a decent schedule where he's not streaming until like 8 o'clock my time or some insane shit. But who knows? Since Destiny's not around in the evening, that definitely frees up. I should take advantage. So you know, I'm definitely going to be streaming throughout the week. Although honestly, even if Destiny is around, he very often is just playing Arc Raiders anyway. Especially at night, because that's when he and Mooten do stuff. Anyway, so that's interesting. Americans tend to think of gun owners as leaning more Republican and male. Already more women, gay people, and people of color have taken up arms in recent years, particularly after 2020. Weekend classes at LA progressive shooters are sold out through March. Registrations for permit to carry courses at Pink Pistols Twin Cities, which serves LGBTQ people in Minneapolis and St. Paul, are up from an average of 5 people per class to 25. Damn! Oh yeah, like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Liking the stream is good. Oh. Kalinda, important news. Oh my God. Are you okay, Stuart? About Hassan. Senate ICE moves, David Hayden legislation, blah, blah. Alex Preddy vids used to justify Twitch.tv. Wait, oh no, this is from 2 days ago. Wait, when was, oh my fucking God. Chase, when was this tweet? This was made before he was banned. I guess he's just, because United States of Israel, he's just posting this because, Chase is only just posting this because of this shit. That's it. Oh my God, look at this fucking, the fucking SS bolts. Got, you know, the Israeli flag.
Chat help me out plaza, _looknabien.
Thank you for the $2, ZJM. United States of Israel. Jesus Christ. However, that means we now have a United States of Israel emote in our Discord because that Avi leaped in and took full advantage and made an emote out of this emblem here from Hassan. She says ZJM like Lonerbox. Yeah, I do. It's ZJM, not ZJM. Sorry. I'm just so used to seeing, maybe it's because Loner says it, I don't know, but I'll just say that. I say it like that in my head too now. Yes. 1, that is stupid. 2, it is a poor use of heraldry. 3, it feels incredibly anti-Semitic. It is incredibly anti-Semitic. Because, you know, with the fucking Nazi imagery and shit, he's just doing it. It's also just really fucking weird. Like I said, it's Hassan. He's just reaching. He's absolutely obsessed. He just wants to tie Israel to this as much as possible, even though this has nothing to do with Israel. Could the Israeli flag with the SS bolts be against TOS? On Twitch, potentially, but I don't know that Hassan showed that on Twitch. Also, does anybody, do you think Twitch gives a fuck? I don't know. Hassan's not streaming today because he doesn't stream on Sundays. I don't know if his Twitch ban has been shortened or not. Yeah, they love to do Holocaust inversion, and it drives me up the wall too. I hate it. You know, I hate it so much because they're just downplaying the Holocaust. The right is arguing for gun control, the left is buying guns. Damn. In the past couple days, there has been a shift. Laura Smith, national spokesperson for the Liberal Gun Club, says this changed views on the left. Alex Preddy, a beloved ICU nurse who cared for ailing veterans and an outdoorsman who was concerned about the environment, was also, like 1/3 of Americans, a gun owner. He was carrying his lawfully owned weapon in a holster before federal agents disarmed him and then fatally shot him. Jordan Levine, founder of the inclusive gun community, A Better Way to A. Ooh, nice. Oh, thank you, Marcus, for the 5 gifties. Thank you very, very much. Oh, hey, Coffee got one. That's good. So did Actual Facts Racing. District Jabroni too, based. Me when I don't get a gifted sub. I'm sorry, it's random. It's not something that they choose. But thank you. Jordan Levine, A Better Way to A, says his organization has seen an influx of gun groups and instructors asking to join its resource page in the last few weeks. Ready Rainbow in Chicago, Grassroots Defense in Iowa, and Solidarity Defense in Sacramento are a few additions. People are scared and angry and want to equalize the power imbalance that we're seeing on the streets, we're seeing on the news, where you've got ICE steamrolling people with no recourse, he adds. So, I mean, honestly, on the one hand, like, I do think that it's good that there's an equalization, because one of my fears was that if like the two sides ever came to blows, there would be no fucking way that liberals would ever win, because that they don't have the guns and they're not armed or whatever. But on the other hand, obviously this is also frightening. But you know what? If people want to feel safe, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, it's like, yeah, I think overall this is good. I'm not gonna, like, I just noticed that and wanted to talk about it. So I don't know if we'll watch Pete on Fox or not. But yeah, so we're aware of what the Senate Democrats are demanding, because Jeffries basically said it in that thing, and I did read them out already. So this is from January 28th. Hold on. So let's see what CNN has to say. Just because or actually, wait, we'll go back to Reuters. I like Reuters. Breaking news: Russia's Medvedev. Oh, Dmitry Medvedev. He's the fucking this guy. This guy is apparently this guy likes to drink drink and then rage on Twitter, apparently. Praises Trump but questions the US submarine threat. Of course he's got to praise Trump. US House Speaker Johnson says he has votes to end partial shutdown by Tuesday. So this is something that I had seen. I'm just going to crank up the text size so it's easier for you guys to see this too. And because I'm blind. Well, not really, but you know. U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson said on Sunday he believes he has the Republican votes to end a partial government shutdown within days, and that the chamber will debate immigration and customs enforcement reforms for 2 weeks after that. Really, will you? Are you actually going to, though? Or are you fucking lying again like you were about the healthcare shit? I'm confident that we'll do it at least by Tuesday. We have a logistical challenge of getting everyone in town. He said on NBC's Meet the Press, transport problems are persisting following a snowstorm that affected travel in southeastern US. I honestly don't know that the Democrats should do this. Or wait, or is this like a short-term funding bill? Because if it's a short-term funding bill, then that's different. Arc Reuters. Because Kalinda, it's all LARPing. Civil wars happen between military units unless they don't exist. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, usually, yeah, that's true. Although I guess like the more people learn how to use guns, then the more people would join up. But I guess they'd be taught to use guns or whatever. Yeah. I guess if people, I don't know. But obviously it's going to up the tension, but yeah. It's for funding it till September 25th, 2026. Jesus. That was a funny typo though. Wait, the Tuesday one? I thought that it was going to be like a short-term thing. The US entered what is expected to be a brief shutdown on Saturday after Congress failed to approve a deal to keep a wide swath of operations funded. The Senate easily passed a spending package on Friday, but the House of Representatives is out of town. Republican and Democratic lawmakers have been working to ensure a debate over immigration enforcement does not disrupt other government operations. That is a contrast from last autumn when both parties dug into their positions in a dispute over healthcare, prompting a shutdown that lasted a record 43 days and cost the US economy an estimated $11 billion. The deal approved by the Senate would separate the Department of Homeland Security from the broader spending package. This would allow lawmakers to approve funding for agencies such as the Pentagon and the Department of Labor, while new restrictions are considered on federal immigration agents amid uproar after 2 US citizens were shot dead by ICE. Okay, well, that's good. Johnson, whose Republicans have a razor-thin majority in the House, said our intention is to fund all agencies except for DHS by Tuesday. And then we will have 2 weeks of good faith negotiations to figure out. Okay, good. That's good. I'm glad that like there isn't any like bullshit happening here, that like all the other funding bills that are going to pass to reopen the government, it's going to be everything except DHS, and then they can debate about DHS. The bill contains a 2-week stopgap measure to fund DHS, but legislation on full-year DHS funding is in abeyance pending a deal on charges of ICE practices. On changes to ICE practices. What is this? I don't think I've heard this word before, although I can guess what it means. State of temporary disuse or suspension.
Abeyance.
Okay. I figured it would be something like that. Democrats are demanding reforms for ICE, such as requiring mandatory body cameras and ending their roving patrols and use of face masks. I just don't see how in good conscience Democrats can vote for continuing ICE funding when they're killing American citizens, Representative Ro Khanna, a California Democrat, told Meet the Press. Johnson said he believes the Trump administration will make changes to some DHS practices, but said ICE agents wear masks to protect their own identities and their families. Well, you know what? Too bad. Maybe act better. Maybe don't be like fucking assholes all the time. If you're a police officer, the public has a right to know like who you are and whether or not you're a police officer. Trilateral talks in Ukraine. Zelensky says Ukraine getting ready for a new peace talks next week. Oh my God. I feel like, listen, as far as all this peace talk shit goes, I'll believe it when I see it. In other news, a judge denied Minnesota's request to end ICE surge in Minneapolis. Federal immigration operation. So I guess the Minnesota was requesting a federal judge to end the ICE surge. I wonder why they said no. It's always 2 weeks. It's the 2 weeks, boys. The 2 weeks has returned. Always with the 2 weeks, exactly. It's always 2 goddamn weeks. Just curious, how would we like Mike Johnson for president? No particular reason, just asking. I mean, Mike Johnson is a Trump dick rider. He loves Trump way too goddamn much. And he is also a and I believe that he also played a role in like he pushed the stolen election shit. So no, I would not. Fuck him. I don't care if he's an establishment Republican. Mike Johnson is basically like he's part of that whole group of people that are the problem. That whole group of people who doesn't believe in democracy, who doesn't care about democracy, who only cares about power. Or like keeping the dastardly evil liberals out of power. Yeah, we do not want him as president. No. Do you have the ability to go off to off the other two because you might get him to put Marco in charge? Bro! Let's not. No, we don't. Please stop. No Fed posting. Do not Fed. I don't want any of these Christo-fascist fucks to be president. Yeah, me either. Okay. Listen, Bill, I'm going to assume that what you meant by off the other two was basically what you were talking about was like that you meant like, do we hope that they will die peacefully natural deaths and soon? But the answer is probably no, because that they are or do you hope that they would get arrested? Yeah, I know it was Bill. I'm aware. I didn't say you were fedding Short Stack Goblin. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for deleting that message before I did. Yeah, don't fed. Don't talk about like, you know, taking out federal officials or whatever. Not in the chat. I'm paranoid about that kind of shit. Regardless though, I was hoping they would resign of their own. Well, I mean, like, if I don't know, if let's say they got arrested or whatever for whatever, or if somehow that were to happen, yeah, then I mean, yeah, but no, like, I don't know. Sure, I guess like Marco Rubio would be like better than than the other people. He's probably the best quote unquote person in the Trump administration currently, but he's still not very good because he still sold his soul and abandoned all his principles so that he could, for the sake of power. Does the 25th count? No, the 25th does not count as Fed posting. The 25th is a legal means to remove someone from office. I think the 25th should have been invoked on President Trump a long ass time ago. Marcus Rubius, president of Cuba, Venezuela, and the future Shah of Iran will be the president of the U.S. for the U.S. No, he won't. He would not be a good president of the United States. But I'm just saying that if you were to like gun to my head, who's the best person or who like in the Trump administration right now, would I rather be president? Like, I'd rather it be Rubio than any of these other fucks. But I still don't like him because he abandoned all his principles. And I also just don't like him because like, obviously, you know, he's a Republican and I don't agree with him because I'm a liberal and he's not. But even setting that aside, if we're just talking about like, yeah, I mean, sure. Like, yes, Lannis, I would rather have hawkish neocons over what we currently have now. Although I guess it depends on what you mean by hawkish neocons, because I don't know how old you are, Lannis, but I remember the Iraq War and I remember all the bullshit ideology that led people into it, and I don't think that's great. Who the fuck is Chuck Grassley? Is he just old? Yes. Actually, oh yeah, Chuck Grassley's also a Republican. I forget because these people are old as fuck. President pro tempore of the United States, or pro tempore of the United States Senate. The second highest ranking official in the US Senate after the vice president. Oh yeah, because the vice president is the vice president, or is the president of the Senate. And then in the Senate, you have the Senate majority leader and Senate minority leader, who are the leaders of their respective parties. But yeah, okay, so this guy's basically like the vice president of the Senate, and then the vice president of the United States is the president of the Senate. Bush and Cheney are my heroes. Okay, Lannis, sure thing. I mean, you know what? I can believe you. I think that's bullshit, but whatever. I'm also hoping that you're kind of memeing, because I would argue that Bush and Cheney are at least responsible in part for setting America on the path that led us down to this, at least with regards to America's brains being completely broken on foreign policy and all the forever war shit. President pro tempore is fourth in line, just a curiosity. Yeah, okay. I don't actually know the rest of the secession stuff, but you know, Saturday, a federal judge came in. Why? So the state asked, the state, along with cities Minneapolis and St. Paul, had lodged a lawsuit after the death of Renee Good, who was shot and killed by an immigration enforcement agent last month, demanding an end to the Trump administration's Operation Metro Surge in the city. Since that time, a second person protesting ICE's presence, Alex Preddy, okay, blah, blah. On Saturday, federal judge Kate Menendez denied a request by the state and cities to end the operation and send the 3,000 ICE agents home. Why? The plaintiffs argue the Trump administration violated the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, which enshrines the state's autonomy from federal intervention beyond powers outlined in the Constitution through the ICE operation. But these claims provided no metric by which to determine which lawful enforcement becomes unlawful commandeering, simply arguing that the excesses of Operation Metro Surge are so extreme that the surge exceeds whatever line must exist, wrote Menendez, who was nominated to the bench during Joe Biden's presidency in 2021. A Joe Biden appointee? A proclamation that Operation Metro Surge has simply gone so far on the other side of the line is a thin read on which to base a preliminary injunction. Menendez acknowledged the operation had had a profound and even heartbreaking impact upon Minneapolis, and that along with the shootings, there are evidence that ICE and CBP, Customs and Border Patrol agents, have engaged in racial profiling, excessive use of force, and other harmful actions. But the judge said that she was not ruling on the tactics of the operation himself, only that the state and cities have failed to show that the administration had violated the 10th Amendment. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said in a statement that he was disappointed by the ruling. This decision doesn't change what people here have lived through. Okay, yada, yada. Pam Bondi posted that the ruling was huge. I wonder if they could appeal. It sounds like they just didn't argue it very well, or maybe there's just no way that they could have argued it. I don't know. All I know is that Kennedy Jr. is somewhere deep in line. That would be a pretty funny end to populism. Wait, what do you mean? You mean RFK? Or are you talking about a different Kennedy? Okay, I feel like we actually got through this pretty quick, the stuff that I wanted to talk about. Like the news stuff that I wanted to talk about. So now, let's see here. Okay. See if I can find it. It's from a bit ago. Oh, Jackson Hinkle went on and talked to Eli Hassel. Or not Eli. Yeah, Eli Hassel. But I don't think I want to watch that because I can't fucking stand Jackson Hinkle. And he just says a bunch of bullshit. Where is it? think the last time that I looked at this was probably Sunday. Oh, fine, whatever.
And we want peace with you, of course we would say yes. And by the way, and if
So I started watching this a while ago. Jackson Hinkle, the woman beater with a micro tinct. Oh my god. I mean, I didn't know that he beat women, or if that. I'm guessing you're just saying that. Yes, Jackson Hinkle is a terrible human being. Are you guys literally seeing how many people have to pass before you get an okay replacement? Oh yeah, it looks like. Oh, his ex accused him of it. Okay, I can believe. I don't know. Probably. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna believe that because fuck Jackson Hinkle. Okay. I hate that guy. All right, so are you guys interested in watching this? We can continue to watch. We can watch the rest of this about Omar Bartov on the doing the genocide debate discussion with Noam from the Live from the Table podcast, or I can do more Ukraine research. It works for Hassan. Just read and say, I don't know. Is that true? Who knows? True. You're right. I could just do that. I could indeed just do that. I prefer Ukraine, but that's just me. You know what? I understand because people are probably sick of this. So maybe I'll do this at the end of the stream, but yeah, okay. So if we want to talk about Ukraine stuff, we can do that. Fuck it. Because we already talked about RAFAH and we already talked about the government shutdown. So I'm just going to change this to Ukraine research. Listen to your Oilers. I will. I am going to listen to my Oilers. You are right. I should listen to them. Oh, okay, cool. Lannister also for Ukraine. I'm not surprised that like a lot of like that the Israelis or others are probably for Ukraine because, you know, why in the fuck would you? Yeah, because people are probably sick of the Gaza genocide. I demand a chat poll. All right, fine. There you go, chat. We already have Hassan making ICE Israel. Please, can one thing not be about Israel? I will still watch the Bartov genocide debate, guys. It's just that I'm going to do it later. Probably. No, I will do it later. You just checking that you know. Yeah, of course I know how to do polls. Only 8 of you guys have voted. Loner Box doesn't know. He always does a straw poll. Yeah, I don't understand how he doesn't know. It's not even hard. You literally just press the little fucking plus sign and it's right there. You understand this sounds to him as a great PR move to tie ICE to Israel since he thinks it will generate the same energy. Well, yeah, because he did so much shit with regards to Israel because he talked about it so much. It's because he's obsessed with it. And he probably got made lots of money and got good viewers when he was able to talk about this. Hello, Alex K. I'm sure you're also voting for Ukraine. If Wasserman's not here, I bet she'd vote for Ukraine if she was. So let's see. Okay. 18 votes. He did delete his cuck tweet to Loner, though, which means he knew he was lying in it. Wait, which tweet did he make to... I didn't even see that. Or was that the one where he was, like, saying some dumb... What? I didn't even see what he said. I don't know if anybody screenshotted it. If I project this into Israel and sometimes tries to tie foreign affairs matters into internal matter, my bet it won't work. Hell, we don't even vote on the IP conflict. That's true. You didn't. Okay, guys. Oh, I saw that Loner retweeted it, but because the posts had been deleted, I didn't know exactly what was being said in it. Vote for Bartov debate or I'll release the mod files. Dante, why do you want to watch that? So you can get triggered in chat when I disagree with Bartov on the Gaza genocide shit? Apparently he does not do well in that debate, and that he also basically admits that he wouldn't change his mind no matter how much evidence was presented to him. Oh, Lonerbox didn't retweet the one he deleted. Okay. Like, what? It's on the Discord, though? Oh, okay. I mean, Toby, if you can find that for me, that'd be lovely, but you don't have to. I'll look for it later. I'm just curious as to what was said in it. Black Cat posted it on the Discord. Dante is trolling Lannis. There's no such thing as the mod files. Also, Dante, don't worry. I will absolutely still cover the Bartov genocide thing. I promise I will. Okay? I'm not never going to touch it. It's just, I'm not going to do it right now. All right? Well, while she's waiting for that, this is just stuff that I'm grabbing. Okay, we have 19 votes. Oh, you sent the DM. Okay, hold on. How could you consider evidence when there's a genocide going on? I know, right? True. Wait, is the deleted tweet? Oh. So this is when he's fighting with Loner. Hassan hates Zelensky. Oh, this was actually okay. So this is saved. Okay. So I can show you guys this. So this is from Loner Board. This is the tweet. So, bro, what are these ideologies? This is what Loner wrote. ICE deportations are Israeli. Hassan, ICE deportations are Israeli. Nick, no, mass migration is Jewish and you're a millionaire class trader. Hassan, well, at least I'm not a gay Mexican. And then in response, Hassan posts this. Project Esther details exploiting anti-Semitism smears to go after Israel critics and erode 1A. ICE kidnaps Mohammed Khalil. Rameza Ozturk over Israel. DHS has domestic terrorist watch list of 10K Americans with anti-Israel, anti-sentiments. You orbit a pedo who victimized your GF. God damn it, that's so fucking gross. That these people just don't know anything about this and they'll just fucking say this shit. Like, I bet that everything that Hassan knows about any of that stuff that happened came from like whatever fucking snarker form that he read it on. Or whatever like weird thing that he read on Twitter. Not to mention the fact that like Loner cut ties with Destiny over the stuff that happened. That's insane. Did Loner respond to this? Yeah, I'm psychosexually obsessed with Hassan. Hassan isn't weirdly psychosexually obsessed. No. Oh yeah, I know that Noah said it, Bill, but there is no way. I don't believe for a second that Hassan is not familiar with all of this shit. I bet he knows all about all of it. Yeah, and said he was willing to debate and always was, and then Hassan deleted it. Oh yeah, okay. I bet that was probably part of it. Oh yeah, I think Loner responded to this. Yeah, so this was the post that Hassan originally posted, and then he replied to this. And then yeah. He could have just called Fuentes a Nazi. Why the sexism and racism from a so-called progressive like Hassan? Okay, so this is my steel man of it, and it's the only steel man that I can realistically think of, okay? I think the reason... I don't even think Hassan even thought about this, though. I don't think. The thing is that sometimes you can actually get people like Fuentes by talking about things that you know will bother them. Like the fact that he is not... that he's not white. Like, you can get him by doing that. Like, if you just got to keep reminding him that he's not white. Because it's funny. Like, but that being said, I think Hassan did go kind of ridiculously overboard with it, with the whole, oh yeah, well, you're gay and a Mexican, you know? Like, all he really had to do was just say, you're not white, bro. Or look at this fucking, this fucking delusional moron over here LARPing as a white person. Bro thinks that he's not going to be bro thinks he's not going to be sentenced to the gas chambers in the future, you know, that kind of shit. Like, you could absolutely express these sorts of sentiments without like being weird and racist about it. Yeah, you're gay and your mom wants to, you know, like, he doesn't need to say that stuff. Or hell, if he wants to like make fun of Fuentes's alleged homosexuality, he could also just be like, "It's okay, Nick, just come out of the closet. We're very the gay community is very accepting," or whatever, you know, something like that. He could probably phrase it in that way, and then it would be less like derogatory. Like, embrace who you are, Nick. It's okay. That would be funny, honestly. But yeah. Okay, that your mom would fuck me in a maid outfit was funny. Wait, did Hassan say that? Because that is funny. He's too emotionally stunted to parse through the emotions and give a good dunk out of it. Yeah, I know. And he doesn't understand the side that he's arguing against either. Hassan, I'm very careful with my words, Piker. Like, he just doesn't. He doesn't get it. I thought it was super weird. Yeah, it was really weird. I agree. It was incredibly weird. It was very funny though. Okay. So I managed to do some of this, and then I realized that so yeah, but taking issues with Hassan's phrasing here is probably pinkwashing or homo nationalism or something. I mean, yeah, he'd probably want to say something. Oh yeah, well, people still want to have sex with me. I mean, hell, even calling Nick a virgin and making fun of him for that would be funny, although I don't think that actually bothers him, so I don't think that would get to him. But saying that he isn't white is something that I think probably would get to him. Because that I remember, like, he is always so fucking like, he's just like, no, I'm white. I'm like 91% white, guys. I think it's funnier that people just act like Nick is gay, just assume it's true without being explicit. Yeah, I know. I think it's funny too. It's very fucking funny. That's now kind of just become sort of an accepted truism or whatever. I have no idea if it's true. It could be. I certainly think that there is a distinct possibility of it. Oh my God, people are still using that picture of Loner and Elon Levy. Yeah, of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? It's so stupid. Although I don't think it helps that the full debate where Loner, or that the debate where Loner, like, or that the car ride debate between Loner and Elon Levy has not yet been released, and I wish that it would be, because that would probably help. Actually, you know what? I say that, but it wouldn't matter. These people are so bad faith that they do not care, and they would just they would lay in no matter what. It wouldn't matter what you said or anything. Nick is a girl clock queen. These people think Ethan and Destiny are friends. I know that. Well, I mean, they also think that Loner and Destiny are still friends because that Loner isn't attacking Destiny hard enough. Like Vadim, he knows, he doesn't care, he still lies. Yeah, probably. And like, I'm sure Hassan knows all about the drama. Like, there's no way that he doesn't. He probably follows all of it. Probably way more than he should. It's kind of silly, honestly, how much he follows it. But he does. Okay. But yeah, Hassan is just obsessed with Israel. No, they say Loner and Destiny are still friends because it fits their narrative. Yeah, it does. It does fit their narrative. Hassan searches names on Twitter. I'm sure he does. All right. So do we want to talk about Ukraine, folks? I wanted to fill in I've started filling in this timeline for like Euromaidan, and what I was gonna do, he responded to a super low engagement tweet about Hutch. Wait, Hassan did? I mean, yeah, no, he definitely name searches people. His name wasn't even in the tweet. Talk about Israel. No, Avi, I'm not going to talk about Israel. I already talked about Israel. I talked about Israel earlier. I talked about the opening of the RAFAH crossing. Sometimes Hassan says something that reveals how balls deep he is in the DGG lore. Yeah, I know. It kind of, or at least or the misrepresentation of said lore from people, you know, who hate Destiny. I mean, hell, I remember like years ago, back when likes were still public, Hassan was like liking tweets from neo-Nazis about Destiny. And Hassan also watches that Destiny, or uses that Destiny versus Destiny account, I think on TikTok, that like clip shims Destiny or whatever to make it sound like he's contradicting himself with clips from like years ago, to like contrasting them with clips from like more recently or whatever. It's just weird. Hassan is like really actually, I don't know. I feel like he just never got over it, or he's still mad about like the divorce that happened like 7 years ago. Over under on Hassan having a personal sock puppet in TGG. That I don't know, but he might. It would not surprise me. I haven't. Oh, you're asking. Loner talked about how when he was still talking to Denims, she tweeted out something criticizing Hassan, not naming him, and he DM'd her about it. Yeah, Hassan is. Vosh revealed a long time ago when he was getting heat, when like Hassan was getting heat over the Ukraine shit, like his terrible Ukraine takes after the war started, that like Hassan apparently like reached out to him in DMs and was like, "Hey, can you do something about about like how your subreddit is being mean and talking shit about me?" Yeah. I thought that was really fucking funny. That was a thing that happened. That he did that, and Vosh basically just told everybody, and then and because he obviously said no. Yeah, I agree. I think Destiny should release the Israel trip footage. Apparently he gave it away, but yeah. I just had an epiphany. What's your epiphany, Conduit? Okay, the Ukraine research edges out, but only 28 people have voted. I don't. There's like 63 of you in here. You know what? I'm just gonna end the poll. Stop the count. Pisco talking about not controlling his audience is remarkably like Hassan telling Ethan the same. Yeah. No, Abby, I don't think, no, Destiny wouldn't have recorded over it. Also, all that stuff is on his computer now anyway. Like, it would have been transferred. I'm pretty sure, no, he said he gave all the footage to someone. There's a difference in degrees, but I think it parallels. Yeah, Conduit, I do think that it is fairly similar. I think that, like, Pisco just doesn't want to, like, do any kind of big audience purge or, like, get rid of certain people from his audience. There's just certain people that he just doesn't want to ban. That Pisco reaction yesterday was insane. Yeah, it was. Doesn't the cameraman have a lot of footage on his channel? Yobel has some of the footage, but actually Yobel has all of the footage because he's the one who took it all. But he also provided it to Loner and Destiny, and they both have it. I don't necessarily think Pisco is audience captured. I think he hasn't been doing this like as his main job for that long, maybe about a year. I don't think that that's it. Although apparently Pisco is going to argue with the Vanguard over the Josh Shapiro covered up a murder thing. And if he goes hard on them, people might get really mad. I don't know. Like, I really think it's just going to take Pisco like violating some purity tests that they have in order for them to turn against him. And then he'll find out just like how naive he was about all of this. But we'll see. Right now, I think that like there's like the people in his audience has like there's some tankies in there, and then there's also some deranged Destiny / H3 anti-fans. And those people are like that there's a level of overlap between those two groups. But yeah, like Pisco will do something that'll piss those people off, and then they'll all turn against him. But it's his those people are not his entire audience. There's also obviously like just a bunch of normie libs in his audience. Yeah, the snarkers are insane. And like all he has to do is piss them off, and then yeah, like Loner was saying that the other day. I think that's true. Like yeah. But no, Chase, I don't think that no, I'm still not on that. Listen, I'm not ready to fill out that apology form to DGG yet. I think Pisco is just really naive, and he doesn't recognize that these people are not good for the party. I feel like part of that is just ignorance because he just doesn't know because nobody has said anything. Like it actually might be worth maybe even my time to do some research into maybe I'll do that next stream. Or hell, maybe even sooner than that. My question is, are they really boys though? Yeah, true. Oh, you mean the snarkers? Yeah. Or are you talking about the Vanguard guys? I don't know. I actually don't know who you're talking about, Toby. Sorry. Pisco's behavior is really hard to explain. It's like he becomes committed to a position really easily and then is extremely stubborn about changing his mind. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Hutch is my boy. Yeah, Hutch is awesome. I like Hutch. Never apologize to TGG. Well, I know. I mean, like bad bearing. If I were to do so, it would be because of the because like maybe they were right about Pisco, but I'm not yet there. I don't, you know. You attributing him a lot of good faith there. His coverage of Conduit, secular talk of it is crazy. I know. I watched it yesterday. I reacted to it. I'm aware. I thought it was insane how uncharitable he was being. And I think a lot of that is because, but later on, then we watched like the end of it where he basically apologized to Conduit and said like, you know, I'm sorry. I thought that your video was maybe, or like he basically said that he went into the video thinking that Conduit's intention was the same as Hutch's intention in getting him to watch it. And his whole argument, and then like he basically projected all of the disagreements that he had with Hutch onto Conduit, and then proceeded to shadowbox Hutch through Conduit's video, and that's why it was insane. Yeah, Conduit was here. We watched it with him too. Remember when Pisco told Drew, "Don't you support killing children? You support Israel." Yeah, I know, that was really fucking stupid too. Unfortunately, I think Pisco is kind of lost it on a lot of the Israel stuff, but it's like, at the same time, that's not even like, remember guys, Pisco still does spend most of his time talking about MAGA, and I think it's important to remember that. But one of the things that I do think, yes, Conduit. It was not, Conduit didn't recommend it. He just told me that Pisco had reacted to your video, and then I was like, I want to see that. I know you're not defending Drew, Chase, I'm aware. Conduit do a 1 week watching Pisco. No, there's no reason to, because Pisco probably is ideologically aligned. It's just, this is a debate over tactics for the most part, you know. But like, so he approached yes, he did. He approached the Conduit vid with bad faith. Although he didn't necessarily admit that, but that's basically, I feel like, what he was saying. Like, I don't know how else you could view it that way. To 1 week watching Candace. I don't know if, oh my God, you might do that, Conduit? Oh, Jesus Christ. Actually, that's something that you haven't touched yet. That could be really interesting, just because that millions of people watch Candace Owens, and she's pushing absurd conspiracies. Candace would be a good one for real. Yeah. I know Candace is, I mean, Candace is funny, but my thesis is still the same as, like, I guess a lot of other people's, which is that she's just evil. Like, she's a grifter. She doesn't actually believe anything she says, and she's doing all of this for money. I like that she struggles to pronounce words. Because I saw how he treats Hutch on Live and Learn. I mean, yeah, like, they have a disagreement, and I think that that's been really unfair. Like, do we need to watch Candace Owens for a week to know she's evil? No, but although, I mean, Conduit, be prepared if you're going to watch Candace Owens, because it's just going to be a lot of fucking Israel shit. Like, and Jew conspiracies, you know, have fun with that. Candace doesn't know, but, you know, but she knows, you know, yeah. And Charlie Kirk shit. And yeah, and also being obsessed about, Brigitte Macron for some reason. Anyway, I'm actually thinking about it now. It actually could be very interesting to go back through, like, not just the Vanguard, but Kyle Kulinski, and like Majority Report, and Hassan, and see, like, what it was that these guys were saying about Kamala before the election, and then what they were saying after, and the extent to which they endorsed her or didn't endorse her, and exactly, like, how that sort of played out. Because I think, like, based on what little we've seen, basically, it seems fairly clear to me that, like, prior to the 2024 election, all of these guys were, like, shitting on the Democrats. They were, like, over and over again hammering on the genocide, the genocide, the genocide. And then after that, they basically, and then, like, after the election was over and they lost, then they switched and they rewrote history and started talking about how, you know, oh no, we were warning, like, we knew that she was going to lose, and, like, we tried to warn the Democrats that they need to reverse course and change their policy and not do this, and oh, we never supported Jill Stein, or we never supported third parties, and it was all just a lie. Like, these guys were all just lying. I feel like somebody should make that video, or like, rather, they should look and see what people were saying. And if that is, in fact, if that's true, if that does pan out that way, then it should be presented to Pisco. Because I think that he just doesn't get that these people are just fucking lying to him. Like, I don't believe the Vanguard when they say that they're going to support they're going to support the candidate. I just don't believe it, because they didn't before, and I don't imagine that they're going to do it this time. I don't know why they would. Like, it's going to be the same shit. It's always the same playbook with these people. But yeah, that might be a fun project for the future. I don't want to get distracted though, because if I start doing that, then I'm gonna, it's just gonna be nothing but that. Or maybe, chat, do you think should we do that today, and should I just continue my Ukraine research offline? Because I could do that. I could go to Philmont and we could look up these people's shit. I mean, the Dems need better candidates instead of more of the same. I mean, like, yeah, they do, but what do you mean when you say that is the question. Obviously, the Dems need better candidates. ZJM, should I go through some of these lefty content creators and should I like fact check them and find out what they were really saying before the election? Basically, the Vanguard, yeah, I know Loner did some Vanguard review. That's kind of what inspired this. Not just the Vanguard, but also Kyle and like and maybe the Majority Report, but yeah. That sounds interesting. The political process needs to stop being usurped by the elites in power because it misrepresents the actual popular vote. I think that's a silly thing to say, and I disagree with that. I don't think that that's what's happening. I think that that is an excuse. I'm sorry, but like when you say that, like QU Techos, do you believe that Bernie like was robbed of the nomination, that it was stolen from him both times? Dems need more Mamdanis, not in worldview, but in optics, rhetoric, and policy. Just, I mean, yeah, like I think that like there's something that definitely could be replicated with regards to Mamdani, but I don't think that Mamdani's policies would be replicated. Not both times, but the first. I mean, you're just wrong. He lost. He did not win the necessary votes. They didn't steal it from him. He just lost. Like he did not win the necessary number of votes in order to get the nomination. And he had trouble connecting with Black people, and that was like a big issue for him too. But I feel like that's just an excuse that people wheel out because, or that progressives and leftists wheel out because they don't want to accept that Americans or the Democratic Party just don't like, they're just not that, they're not as far left as you guys are. And instead of like accepting that, realizing that like you need to convince them, or you figuring out how you're going to push the base and like the American people broadly further left, you just make a bunch of excuses and cry about how it's the establishment and how the donor class just stole it from you. If the vote was still split between four moderates and him, maybe he would have won, but that's not how elections work. No, that was the second time, Brendan. That was not the first time. That was what happened with Bernie the second time. And that was and that was the complaint that Kyle Kulinski made, I remember, where he was like, oh no, there was like a bunch of backroom deals that involved coming in and basically stealing it from Bernie, which was silly. Like, in order for Bernie to win that, the four moderates would have had to have stayed in the race. There was no reason for why that would happen. And everybody coalesced behind Biden when all the others dropped out. So that's in no way surprising. It's annoying, the same leftists who say we need ranked choice are crying because the other candidates were not dropping to make Bernie win the plurality. Yeah, well, they were dropping. Or were not, yeah, they, like, it's the fact that they dropped out, right? Like, Kyle Kulinski, I remember him bitching about that. It was very funny. And I remember how mad people were, and I think Michael Brooks even said a bunch of shit about, like, how Bernie Rust was actually cool and based and stuff, but yeah. You can argue it was unfairly stacked against him, but it was in no way stolen. Remember, Bernie isn't even a registered Democrat either. Yeah, I know. Like, you can make some arguments with regards to, like, how much press time he was given or shit like that, or the fact that the establishment was against him, sure. But you know what? The establishment was against Trump too, and Trump still won that primary. I mean, he managed to get more airtime on account of the fact that he was saying crazy shit all the time. But, like, it's not like the Republican establishment liked him. They didn't want him, but he won. And I think part of the problem, too, was that Bernie was trying to replicate Trump's win because he because that he thought that he could do the same thing that Trump did in the 2020 or the 2019 primaries, basically, or the 2020 primaries. He thought that he could because I think Trump only won because none of the moderates wanted to drop out. And Bernie was trying to replicate that same shit. But obviously that's not what happened. Who's the guy saying he's going to legally Fed Post 47 via trial and execution? I don't know what you're talking about, Fellrunner, sorry. I'll stand by it. Bernie should have dropped out and endorsed Warren. I don't know that that would have mattered. We've only had 2 Catholic presidents. Thinking this country would elect a Jewish president is fucking mental. I love Bernie, but I know this country. I mean, I think the fact that he's on tape saying he's a socialist multiple times, defending Cuba and like any other shit from his past kind of makes it, I think that is more of a strike against him than the fact that he's Jewish. Or gay, Pete. Poor Pete. I know he was our guy. Yeah, it sucks about Pete as well, too, you know? Like, I think that that's also an issue, but... Yeah. Defending Cuba. Well, he talked about how good Cuba's healthcare system was, whilst at the same time, like, and like their, I think their infant mortality rate is really low, but that's because they fuck with their numbers, basically. Like, they essentially recommend abortions if anybody is, like, if there's gonna be, if they suspect there's gonna be any problem with, like, the pregnancy, or if there's any danger for the pregnancy. And then that way, like, they kind of fudge their numbers in that regard. Rarely do I hear passionate support for a candidate. I only hear about reasons as to why certain Dems shouldn't be considered. Rarely, yeah, I know. Basically, Democrats need another Obama. They need a charismatic leader like that who will unite them and that people will really love and get behind. They need somebody to galvanize them. That is what they need. And I don't know who among them right now really matches or fits that bill. A lot of people like Newsom, but I don't know that he would do that. Obama, yes. Unfortunately, Barack Obama can't run again. Or fortunately, whatever, I don't know. I only say unfortunately because Trump is literally talking about the fucking, because Trump won't stop talking about third terms, you know, so, all right, fine. We'll do it. Fuck it. Okay. Hold on. So we're gonna go to Philmont.com. I'm gonna need some dates here too. And then, so who are we gonna be? All right, chat, suggest which leftists. Lefties hate Newsom for his comments on trans people and the kick out of homeless people with that. Yeah, I know, but they also don't know anything else about the rest of his record, which is fucking dumb. So we have the Vanguard, and then Kyle Kalinske. Actually, you know what I might also do? I might ask the Clanker. Let's do an experiment. Let's provide the Clanker with the YouTube channels and then ask the Clanker to actually look for things, because going through Philmont and just searching for like Kamala Harris is going to be like annoying AF. So let's see if let's make the AI do the work for us and see what it finds. And if it's not good enough, then we can also just search as well. So we need to get these guys YouTube channels. So let's see here. I actually tried doing this a while ago. I was actually asking, I asked ChatGPT a bit ago. Where was it? Here it was. I said, I asked it, I'm going to ask you some questions about various pro-Palestine content creators and their stances or solutions on the conflict. Mainly, I want to know if they want one state or two states. You should be able to find this info by going through their YouTube transcripts or their Twitter pages. Will you be able to do this? And then it told me that it can search for this information, but it also told me that it can't, that it wants to, that it wanted me to link the channels. And search for vote, ballot, Stein, Williamson, and endorse. Yeah, oh yeah, no, okay, I can do that. You know what? I want to see what the clanker's going to say, and then I'll search for it on Filmod, and we'll see what we can find there, okay? I just want to see how good ChatGPT is at doing this kind of shit. But yeah, like I just want to know how smart it was. But like basically what I did is then I provided it with Hassan's Twitter, and I told it which YouTube channels to search for, but I didn't link them. And then I provided Omar Badr's YouTube, or his YouTube and his X, and Mehdi Hassan's X account, and then like it found stuff on Hassan's YouTube, but yeah, okay. Probably asked, but I have a bias against AI. I mean, honestly, I think that the AI is actually okay. It can be pretty good, but we'll see, because it's been hit or miss with regards to the I think it's better to use Klenka with a soft A. Okay, well, I don't want to go too far. Honestly, I think I'm mostly just going to focus on people who who Pisco has like a, Pisco seems to really like. So we're going to look at the Vanguard and Kyle and Crystal, I think. You will do better, Bad Bearing. I mean, listen, don't you worry, okay? We will actually like do also the research here. So I'm not going to look for Hassan, because fuck that. So okay. I'm just gonna, I want to perform this same experiment, but instead what I'm looking for is for you to check the following YouTube channels and also their corresponding Twitter accounts to find out if they endorsed Kamala Harris prior to the election, or what they had to say about her, or if they endorsed Jill Stein, and then what they were saying after the election, after Kamala lost. Hassan took a picture of his ballot. Did we ever get to see that? I don't think we did. I want to perform the same experiment, but instead what I'm looking for is for you to check the following YouTube channels and also their corresponding Twitter accounts to find out if they endorsed Kamala Harris prior to the election, or what they had to say about her, or if they endorsed Jill Stein or someone else, and then what they were saying after the election, and then what they were saying after the election. Here are the YouTubes and Twitters. Okay. The Vanguard. Kyle Walensky. Crystal Ball. Actually with Crystal Ball, it's going to be harder. So you know what? We're just going to stick with Kyle. Actually, I think we'll just do these two for now. Okay. So his vote doesn't actually, I literally don't care who he voted for. His vote doesn't actually matter. Careful to spell will call you incurious for using AI. I think that was so dumb. Like, listen, ChatGPT or like Perplexity or whichever, probably those two, but mainly, are really good Google scrapers. They're also really good at finding, like searching for things, especially if you're looking for stuff in another language. they're like, yeah, like I've found them to be quite excellent when it comes to tracking down sources, but obviously you got to check the fucking sources. You got to make sure that it's not linking you to 404 shit. You also have to make sure if you're asking it to scan a YouTube transcript for you, that it doesn't like do it wrong and that it's actually looking on YouTube. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I went back and I listened to the rest to like Dispel talking to Hutch. He was just trolling. Like, I don't think, like, Dispel is not a serious person. He just isn't. Okay, also, we're gonna put this in here. The Vanguard. And secular talk. Okay. I don't know if it's actually going to be able to do this. More links. Twitter. The fuck? Kyle Polinsky Twitter. Oh, that's Blue Sky. Is Kyle no longer on? Oh no, he is on Twitter. Okay. The Vanguard. Vanguard pod. Oh, whoops. Okay. To perform the same experiment, but instead what I'm looking for is for you to check the following YouTube channels and also their corresponding Twitter accounts. Kamala Harris prior to the election, or what they had to say about her, or if they endorsed Jill Stein or someone else, and then what they were saying after the election. All right. I have it set to thinking. Really what I should do is, actually, I should have used one of my deep research mode things for this. Thinks longer for complex questions. I should have used extended thinking, actually. Maybe I'll run it again and have it do extended thinking. Okay. Anyway. So what was it that Conduit suggested? Conduit, you said that I should be using, what was it that you suggested? Vote, Jill Stein, endorse. Actually, you know what? So, Jill Stein. My problem with this is that this is going to be like a fucking needle in a haystack. Search automatic subtitles. Yes, I'm a human. Oh my god. Select the image. The things that weigh less than the object in the sample. Wait, really? The things that weigh less? Okay. That's funny. Let me in. Thank you. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to filter dates. So we want 2024 and we're going to want actually we can start in 2023. Let's start in October 2023 and then we'll go to actually we can start there and then we're going to go to sort by date old to new. Okay. Update. So August 2015. No, are you joking? Oh, 2003. Jesus, I can't read. Hold on. 2023. Holy fucking shit, jeez. Okay. There. Why aren't you filtering by channel? I am. I've got secular talk and the Vanguard. These are the two channels that I am filtering by. Okay, hold on. United States presidential primaries 2024. Okay, 2024 United States presidential election. I want to know timeline. Okay. Timeline. All right, so 2023. So at the beginning, if we go to October, when do people start declaring? Like if I search for Jill Stein, activist Jill Stein, the Green announces her run for presidency. Okay, so she announced in November 2023. Okay, again, as she always does. We'll look at oh, the clanker is still what leave Cornell West, hold on. We actually want to go to November 1st. And we're going to update that. And we basically just want anything that mentions Jill Stein. Come on, you can do it. I know I'm asking a lot of you, Philmont, but you can do it. I know you can do it. Okay. Breaking, Jill Stein launches presidential campaign. Okay.
We just got news that Jill Stein is running for president on the Green Party ticket. That news just dropped. I just watched her little recorded.
Keep in mind, everybody, that that October 7th obviously happens October 7th, 2023. So this is after October 7th. So like literally is like a month ago. So obviously all of these people are all super fucking obsessed.
Video, I'd say, well, it's like 3 minutes or something like that. And it's exactly what you would expect from Jill Stein, you know, the universal health care and eliminate all the student loan debt, eliminate the medical debt too, stuff like that. And the reason why this is noteworthy, coming from somebody who's like, I voted for Jill Stein in the past, but the first thing that came to mind when I saw that was like, Cornel West is already running. Now I know he was originally with the People's Party, then he went.
Hello, Trans Rights Crab. We are doing research because I want to find out how many of these leftists Like, I want to know how many of them have lied about, or like, I just want to know what they actually thought instead of what they said they thought. So, and in particular, the ones that Pisco thinks are amazing, like the Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske, and also Crystal, but Crystal to a lesser extent. I just want to know what they said because they've all talked about it, and you have it on video and you can find it. So yeah.
To the Green Party, and then we don't know what happened behind the scenes with the Green Party, which led him to leave the Green Party, but now he changed it to I'm running as an independent. And so you have some progressives running within the Democratic Party. Marianne is running, of course, and then Cenk Uygur threw his hat in the ring, even though we don't know whether or not he'll actually be on the ballot because he's not a natural born citizen, he's a naturalized citizen. And Cornell's running, and now Jill Stein is running. And it just, like, my first thought was like, nobody on the left likes each other, talks to each other, or organizes together. Because, like, at a certain point, if you want, like, left-wing ideas and goals to succeed and policies to succeed, it's like...
What about Biden, bro? At this point, Biden was also still running as far as we were aware.
You all have to agree and then have one person who represents it. Because that's the only way you have even a prayer of winning. You know what I'm saying?
It's the only way you even have a prayer of your...
I do not understand why people think so. Oh, it's not that I think he's super important. Listen, I'm sorry, but I feel like at this point, a lot of this is that I think that the only reason why Pisco is still going to defend these people is because he doesn't know that a lot of these people just like fucking lie to his face about what they actually believe or support. And I think that that's important. So yeah, I just want to know, I want to find out how many of these people were actually telling the truth. And so that's what this is what I am going to do. With the power of Philmont, and also to a lesser extent, maybe the Clanker, although I don't know about that because it might not be able to find anything. It's literally just his hair. Like, I don't think he's super important, although he has actually, you know what, Toby? I would say that he's maybe about as important, or maybe not as important, but like he's kind of a little bit below Hassan in terms of importance. Like, millions of people watch him and they get their news from him, and they like him, and like I think he's a loud voice on the progressive left. And like when he gives an endorsement, I think it matters, or at least it's supposed to matter.
Ideas even having an impact.
That's what I'm saying. So it's all like, it's just like different individuals want to be the one who is the virtue signaler. And it's like, if there's fucking 4 of you, then you're split. By definition, you have to be splitting the vote amongst the 4 of you. And it leaves the lane wide open for, of course, the more centrist corporate Democrats to always win. And I'm just kind of amazed that at this late date, this hasn't like clicked for people yet. Or maybe, look, maybe I'm reading too much into it and they simply don't care.
Is some of it maybe not that he is useful, they just don't want to make an enemy of him? Wait, like who doesn't want to make an enemy of him?
And the goal is not, of course, to win or whatever. I mean, Jill Stein, there was one time where she got 3% or 4%, like she got more votes than the Green Party candidate has gotten in a really long time, or maybe even ever gotten. I don't know if Ralph Nader surpassed her at any point or whatever. But then she's run again since then and got a lower percentage. And then now it's like we're right back to, okay, so we're gonna have Cornell run, Jill Stein run. It's, you know, almost a guarantee unless he steps aside that Biden's gonna be the nominee. It's just, I just find it strange that, so if you actually believe in all of the things that are part of like the left package, why wouldn't you all throw behind one person, whoever it is? When Maryam's the first one, so of course I thought that's the one, right? But then other people jump in, and then you have all these different candidates who stand for very similar things, and now none of them are going to have any impact. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Marianne and Cenk point, there was one poll that I saw that came out where Cenk was, they had Cenk's name in the poll, and it was like Marianne was getting 8 and he was getting 2. And, you know, you can't know this for sure, but other polls have Marianne basically at 10. So it's like
1 out of 13.
Yeah, so it's like you're taking the 10 points and then you're just, instead of being additive. You're just like, okay, I'm going to take a few points away from, not that 10 points is really doing anything for us anyway, but I don't know. I guess if I'm going to be fair to Jill Stein and the Green Party, once Cornell bailed, I'm sure they felt like, okay, but we got to run a candidate. So,
but did he really bail though? See, that's the question.
Yeah. Well, like, I'm dying to know what happened behind the scenes.
Because this is okay. I know from co-founding Justice Democrats and all this stuff. People like to think like, oh, there's this. I'm me and my friends are my friends, but there's this group that is in institutional left-wing politics, and they're serious people who do serious things. And it's like, no, that's actually not the case. They're regular people, and oftentimes they're the most petty and narcissistic and vindictive.
Little turf wars and stuff like that.
It's like high school, but not in high school, like in institutional left-wing politics. I know that from firsthand experience. And so you look at Cornell.
Leftist infighting. Okay. So there's that. Anna Kasparian says she will not vote for
Jill Stein. Some people.
Okay, this is from the Vanguard.
That's going to work out. Jill Stein is running now, but we've already talked about the fact that with Cornel West also in the race, they're going to be kind of cannibalizing the same already very small percentage of Americans that are interested in leftist third-party options. And then we got RFK Jr., who's going to be soaking up most of that sort of attention as far as like the independent anti-establishment candidate goes, even though he's not really that anti-establishment. He still kind of gets to pretend to be. So yeah, it's just.
Okay. This is talking about Jill Stein, but I'm curious about what is this video?
The George W. Bush administration condemned the Israeli government for doing an airstrike in Gaza that took out one.
Oh, do you guys remember when Anna said she wasn't going to vote for, I think I remember. It is funny how Kyle preaches to use corporate Dems approach while at the same time bashing them. Wait, does Kyle say that he uses their approach? I don't think I've seen that, but
Hamas militant, but killed 14 other civilians. Think about how disgusting and devolved our country has gone, where Joe Biden can't outdo the war criminal George W. Bush, where George W. Bush has more morality than Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. I will not be voting for Joe Biden under any circumstance. I don't care about any other policy that he has championed. I cannot, as an Armenian American, support a president who has greenlit the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. This, for me, is the red line.
Whoa. Well, I will disagree with her a little bit that George Bush has more morality than Joe Biden. I think that's a toss-up. They were both asleep at the wheel, and they let everybody do really up shit, and there was a lot of blood on George Bush's hands, a million Iraqis, okay? So let's not downplay that, but I completely agree with everything else that she said here, and I hope everybody remembers this, for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I think she was kind of just specifically talking about the issue of Palestine.
No, I know. I just wanted to just put it out.
Right. No, I agree. Yeah. Bush's body count is definitely higher than Biden's.
George Bush is even 100% the worst president of our lifetime.
Yep, hands down. But I
really? Donald Trump? How did that work out for you, Anna? Yeah, I know, right? Well, I mean, Biden wound up not running, but to say that George Bush is like the worst, I don't know, man. Then again, I have like hindsight. Like, I think the second Trump term is literally the worst presidency, not just of our lifetime, but maybe probably of all time.
Agree with Anna. I totally agree with Anna. I've been on this page for a while. Definitely have not been planning on voting for Joe Biden. However, I will say there has been a shift in my thinking, because up until what happened on October 7th, and then the American green lighting of the Israeli response and war crimes, I was admittedly, feeling a little bit more positive towards Joe Biden. I was saying things like, oh, if I lived in Pennsylvania or Georgia, then I probably would vote for Joe Biden. This was coming off of him joining the UAW picket line and standing in solidarity with striking workers. And, I think a lot of people on the left were feeling a little bit more positively about Biden. Unfortunately, then obviously what happened on October 7th went down.
Yeah, and then your brains all got broken by fucking Israel-Palestine.
And he had the worst possible response imaginable. He basically just said, yeah, do whatever you want, Israel. I'll sign off on it.
That's not what he did, but okay. I guess, we didn't know that at the time. I mean, even if he hadn't said,
defend it, and then I'll go on to deny the war crimes that I enabled you to commit, which is just disgusting. Just an absolute spit in the face, to deny the war crimes that you greenlit and funded. So yeah, I feel I agree with Anna, but like I said earlier in the live stream, it's just a bummer and it's frustrating to be on the left and to be someone who's been advocating for the third party movement for all these years, to see that once again, we kind of have an opportunity here for Americans are sick of the duopoly. Leftists are feeling like they don't want to vote for Joe Biden, but what's the alternative? What's the...
Okay. He's been advocating for the third party movement for a long time. Has he now? Really?
What's the leftist alternative? Where is this momentum going to be transferred? That's a productive, place or direction. Unfortunately, the Cornel West. Right. It's like the Cornel West campaign. We were hoping it would be that sort of a vehicle potentially for such a movement or for such momentum. Doesn't seem like that's going to work out. Jill Stein is running now, but we've already talked about the fact that with Cornel West also in the race, they're going to be kind of cannibalizing the same already very small percentage of Americans that are interested in leftist third-party options. And then we got RFK Jr., who's going to be soaking up most of that sort of attention as far as like the independent anti-establishment candidate goes, even though he's not really that anti-establishment, he still kind of gets to pretend to be. So yeah, it's just a bummer because it's like, yeah, I agree with Anna. I also am not going to vote for Joe Biden. But it doesn't really feel like there's much to build towards instead of voting for Joe Biden. It doesn't really seem like there's, a very productive place for that energy to be transferred, like I said, which is the bummer.
Yeah, so Lisa was in the chat asking if we think that Joe Biden's going to lose as a result of this, and it's tough. It's tough for a lot of reasons. One, he's not differentiated by his opponents on the issue. So obviously RFK and Donald Trump would support fucking Israel.
I think it's, by the way, I just have to say it's hilarious that these guys think that, like, even after October 7th, Americans, like, gave that much of a shit about foreign policy that it would change their votes. Hindsight isn't needed. Remembering Trump's first term and how he was campaigning was enough to predict that Trump's second term was going to be awful and that he was going to be the most pro-Israel president. Well, yeah, well, with regards to specifically Israel, of course, yeah, obviously. He's obviously really bad on Israel if you even just look at what he did. In his first term, because he's like hella insanely pro-Israel, and he doesn't, and his peace plan for Gaza or for Palestine was awful, and yeah, but like also really like I don't know how you could look at January 6th and the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to steal an election and like claim that that does not make him the worst president of our lifetime. I can't be gaslit into believing that voting Dems was voting for genocide. It's supremely regarded. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna like listen too much or like react too hard to this. I'm just looking for things that these guys are saying.
We are already experiencing really Donald Trump's foreign policy in Israel manifest itself now. I mean, Joe Biden has stayed that course. We talked about that with Mac last time he was on. So I think that it's tough to do it because it's not a differentiating factor. And I also genuinely believe that RFK eats into Trump at a higher degree than he eats into Joe Biden by a meaningful amount. So
he could save Biden.
I think he saves Biden, dude.
No. Okay, November 9th, 2023. Okay, so huh. So many people who talked like this before the election are somehow so up their own ass they're doubling down somehow. Well, I mean, yeah, they are, but the problem is that a lot of them are just in denial, like they're just lying about it. Like they're claiming that they did not, that this wasn't what they supported or any of that, or that like that's the problem. These guys went on Pisco and lied to his face. Like, let me see if I can find it. Or did he actually upload it as a video? I guess not. Okay. Playlists. Stream VODs. Where is it? SCOTUS Epstein. Nice Trump talk with the Vanguard boys. Okay. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm
Considered
just
himself a Republican his entire life. Texted me after that man was killed yesterday and said, "I'm for the first time in my life."
Progressives. It was actually the Bernie bros. It was actually the socialists that were 100% right. They continue to enable it. The corporate Democrats basically
that, and people who want to bring in fascism and totalitarianism. Misinformation, right? We need to understand that people are awake now. They're ready to join our coalition, and that we can mobilize them because they're pissed off. It seems so.
oh my God, this is so delusional. I mean, like, or like, which coalition? Are you guys talking about like your coalition? Is that what you're trying to say? Ah. If I were Biden, the Dems are rapists, the Republicans are serial rapists. I don't agree with you, Nuxie, at all. I think that's an insane attitude to have. That's not true. The Democrats are infinitely better than the Republicans. Like, they just are, and by like every metric pretty much. Coalition of the Bing Chilling, nice. Like, you can say all these parties suck, but the idea that like I don't know, like Democrats, if Democrats suck, they suck way less than Republicans do. Like, the amount that they suck is so much less. Sorry, I'm just, everything is, believing both are the same is just admitting you don't want change that much. I won't work with what we have. I work with what we have, not complain 24/7. Yeah, true. Dems and Republicans are the exact same on trans rights. You're so right. That's not stupid at all. These commies hate Dems because they don't do what Trump does. Yeah. Oh, I know you're not saying they were the same, Nuxie, but you're saying that you'll never vote and that both parties are the same, which I think is it's still like a crazy stance to have. Because like by not voting, you're basically like, hell, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, if you don't vote, you're essentially like revoking your right to like complain. Because voting is the main thing that you should do. It's like the most important thing. It's also really the least you can do, but it is still the most important thing. Like, you can obviously go out and support stuff or whatever, but it is your primary duty. If you don't vote, anything else you do doesn't really matter.
Silly to me to be like, oh, 18 months ago we had a really severe political disagreement in over something that's really functionally irrelevant right now. Let's not work together at all to collaborate against this massive threat we're facing. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I would much rather be like, right now we're facing the existential threat of the Donald Trump regime, the Fourth Reich, ISIS terrorizing our fucking communities. We have Gestapo in the streets. The Constitution is being shredded. My father, who's considered himself a Republican his entire life, texted me after that man was killed yesterday and said, I'm for the first time in my life afraid of the fact that we're going to lose our rights in this country. A veteran of the United States military, right? So things are changing right now. Our coalitions are changing, and we're redrawing the lines into people who believe America is a nation of laws, people who believe in the Constitution, people who believe in the vision of the founding fathers that were.
Oh, wait, hold on. Someone mentioned this in chat earlier. Oh, also, yes, Liam Ramos was released, and his dad. What's going on? There were elections last night. Democrat wins Texas special election for U.S. House seat. Holy shit.
The Republican Party's slender majority in the U.S. House of Representatives narrowed further over the weekend after a Democratic candidate won a special election for a congressional seat in Texas on Saturday. That's according to the Associated Press. The Texas Secretary of State did not immediately respond to a Reuters request for confirmation of the election results. Christian Menefee will replace Representative Sylvester Turner, a Democrat who died in March. Republicans currently hold 218 seats in the U.S. House, just 5 members more than the 213 held by Democrats. And Democrats will insist upon a prompt swearing in for Menefee, slimming the Republican lead to 4 representatives. That Texas special election is...
Wait, is this just one Democrat? Is this, people were making this out to be a bigger deal than it was? I'm confused. I thought this was something that was flipped, but it's not. It's not a flip. No, it wasn't flipped. It was the Democrat who had that seat died, and now it's being replaced by another Democrat. So I don't understand people claiming that this is a huge deal. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. A result that will narrow Republicans' already slender majority in the state. Wait, why will it narrow it if it was the same before? They flipped a state Senate seat? Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit different. Former Harris County Andrew Edwards were vying in a runoff to represent Texas 18th Congressional District, a solidly Democratic area. Okay, so it was a solid. Yeah, so this is in the city of Houston. But here I see Democrat flips Republican seat in Texas State Senate. This election does not provide insight into which party might prevail in November's midterm congressional election. In the 2024 presidential, Democratic candidate Kamala Harris won the district over Republican Donald Trump by 69. But in a race for the Texas State Senate on Saturday, Democratic Taylor Raymatt won a special election, flipping a district that Trump had won by 17 percentage points in 2024. This victory is another sign that Democrats have the momentum heading into November. All right, yeah, this is definitely something. Texas Secretary of State and the Republican Party in Texas did not immediately respond. Of course they didn't. Yeah, so, all right. Interesting. I mean, I certainly think that it's helpful to know that. Hello, Van Loven. I am doing research into what various leftist individuals thought before they or actually what they actually thought, because it seems like these guys just fucking lie through their teeth about what their opinions were prior to the election and what they were saying and doing. I think they should use Ouija boards to allow dead members of Congress to vote. Based! Okay, Nuxie says, okay, I'll vote and be mad about it. Win-win. I mean, listen, yeah, go ahead. That's better as long as like, as long as like you're gonna, like, if you're actually going to do harm reduction, then it's better than not doing harm reduction. I feel ousted out of society. Yes, I want my right to complain revoked. No shit, because it already was when I was 10 years old. Okay, I don't know anything about you, Nuxie. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not expecting, you know, but if you're still here, I think you should, yeah. I think voting is important and harm reduction is important. And, you know, exercise your democratic rights. Especially right now when it's actually in danger, because the Trump administration is insane. Imagine having time to chat in a YouTube politics stream but not vote in US election. Oh, hello, tear gas or Epic.
You know, a melting pot society, and people who oppose that, and people who want to bring in fascism and totalitarianism. And I think that's the fight we're up against.
Gavin, I want to get your take before I respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Zach. I also think it's interesting that so many people that are on the more like, I'm a...
Okay, so these guys, Gavin was the one who's like always been like, who's pro third party. So I think that's an important one. So let's see what he has to, let's see what Gavin now has to say here.
A dedicated Democratic warrior, and it's heresy to criticize Joe Biden. It seems like a lot of those people nowadays are increasingly voicing their frustrations with the way that the Biden administration handled Trump, and specifically the way that they faltered.
I mean, yeah, also because what you just said is a straw man. Vanguard guys say that people should join together against Trump, but there's no way they'd vote for a regular Dem. I mean, like, the problem is even if they do vote for a regular Democrat, my issue is not necessarily specifically related to their vote. It's about whether or not they're willing to endorse or go out of their way to, like, you know, like, hit their audience over the head with the fact that it is incredibly important that they vote blue no matter who. Well, I mean, Gavin here voted for Jill Stein previously, and he likes her, as we saw based on what Lonerbox uncovered before.
In their attempts to act.
But in this stream, they basically say they'll vote for Gavin Newsom, but I don't know that they actually would.
Actually contain the threat that was Donald Trump and his movement. I mean, I see a ton of content from the whole, like, you know, live and learn faction of content creators talking about how, you know, Merrick Garland is a fucking disgrace, and how, you know, in retrospect, like, Joe Biden and
Pisco defends Merrick Garland.
Merrick Garland allowed all of this to happen. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what we were saying. Like, that's part of the reason why we were so critical of Joe Biden and the Democrats in the first place, and part of the reason why it feels like the analysis of a lot of progressives and more socialist types has come crystal clear, which is that, yeah, the Democrats not only did enable the rise of Trump, not only did they open the door to it, but they continue to enable it. The corporate Democrats basically just, you know, voted and allowed the funding of ICE to.
Like, even just the fact that these people are using terms like corporate Democrats is, I would argue, like a big issue. Like, it's just like kind of like, if you want to just say establishment Democrats, that's fine, or moderate Democrats, but corporate Democrats, they're just playing into that whole donor class narrative. And like, it's just dumb populist shit. Pisco is the only person in that circle that defends Garland. Yeah, I know, which is weird.
To go through to the degree to which Donald Trump wants it. I mean, this is crazy. And it feels like, you know, now everyone's finally waking up to that because the reality of the situation is so obvious. But to Zach's point, yeah, there is a lot of liberals out there that, you know, have been woken up. They've been radicalized. The I've Had It podcast ladies come to mind as a real sort of manifestation of this trend. You know, Jennifer Welch talks a lot about how
I mean, that doesn't mean that these people aren't going to vote for the next Democrat.
Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. She kind of bought the MSNBC bullshit. She was a Cory Booker fan, all this kind of stuff. But now she's like, oh, wait, what the fuck? It was actually the progressives. It was actually the Bernie bros. It was actually the socialists that were 100% right about how it's this weak sauce, milquetoast corporate Democrat bullshit.
Grassroots possibly often watered by Russia. Now these guys are pushing this same shit that they're claiming that they were pushing before the election, but they weren't. Before the election, they were talking about voting for Jill Stein. Before the election, they were obsessed with Israel-Palestine. Like, Yeah, I think they very, like, sure, they were kind of, like we saw in that November video, they were kind of hedging about whether or not Trump was going to win. But closer to the election, things kind of were a bit different. Hill Dog is their paralysis sleep demon. Yeah. Also, leftists make fun of Dems for being resist libs. Well, yeah, because that's not far enough. They were even quite negative about Bernie for not going hard enough on Israel. Well, yeah, of course. Actually, it'd be interesting to see that, but that kind of is outside the scope of this. Mainly what I want to know is, like, basically the question that I'm asking here, at least specifically for the Vanguard, are, were these people lying? Oh my God, I saw a squirrel tweet today about Bernie. Oh, please, God. She's so bad. She hates Bernie.
That actually totally enables fascism. Joe Biden sat there for 4 long fucking years and refused to really do anything serious about Trump.
Now they're rewriting history, saying only the leftists took the Trump threat seriously. Yeah, exactly. They were like that. Now they're all out here acting like they were saying before the election, oh my God, you guys, it was Donald Trump, you know, he's gonna, yeah. I'm back. How did the left channel scrub up? I'm still looking. Actually, let's see what the Clanker had to say. Evidence I could retrieve. I found a Vanguard tweet discussing people who fully endorse Jill Stein and contrasting that with Kamala Harris. This is commentary about the debate, but it's not a clear endorsement statement itself. I also found a Vanguard YouTube upload specifically about Jesse Ventura and endorsing Kamala Harris that tells us they covered an endorsement story, not that they endorsed. A direct, we endorse Harris / we're voting for Harris. Yeah, you couldn't retrieve yet. From TextJet, only that they were actively discussing endorsement of. Okay, I might have to ask it again. Hal Kalinski's will get in 2016, he voted for Jill Stein, while also saying people in swing states should vote for Clinton to stop Trump. Found Secular Talk video, Jill Stein beating Kamala and Trump with Muslim voters. Yeah. Kyle Crystal and friends for interviews with Jill Stein. What I deliver once the transcript / tweet access cooperates. For channel / account, I'll produce a table like. I can't honestly, like, are you not able to search transcripts? Hold on. I think you need to tell it to search transcripts directly, not Twitter. Yeah, probably. Auto-generated transcripts are inaccessible. I can search YouTube transcripts, but not in the magical scan every transcript on a channel in one-click way, because YouTube doesn't expose a clean channel-wide transcripts index. Well, can you use Philmont? Can ChatGPT use another website, I wonder? What recourse does a trans 16-year-old in Texas, Iowa, Utah, etc. have when they look at the Dems, not Congress? Congress isn't a person. Actual people, Dems, vote in your city to let your there is so much like there's so much it's actually funny like how in a lot of ways there's like a bunch of skill required in using the clanker in order to like you have to like ask it specifically the right way in order to see if it'll find you the correct information. Okay. What recourse does a trans teen have in Texas? Blah, blah, blah. Actual Dems in your city to let your rapist out to jail. Out to jail you for seeking obscene material underage, aka trans care. Oh, you're talking about the fact that trans people are often fucked over in blue cities, or in red states, rather. Chat GPT can't, but their browser can if you have a subscription. I have a subscription. Wait, are you saying that ChatGPT has a browser that I can download? And I could get it to look this? I love it when you call it the clanker. It's the clanker! That's what it is. They have a browser called Atlas. Interesting. I mean, I pay for ChatGPT because I use it for like a bunch of things. So that might be interesting. Time to dig a little deeper. Okay, well, you know what? Well, ChatGPT is trying to figure that out. I'm just gonna keep going with this.
I mean, they had Epstein files there. They could have.
If you have a subscription, there's a feature that can use the website like a user. Oh, that's kind of cool. I just want to say, Epic, are you still here? Are you like quietly groaning? I'm curious if you actually hate AI or if you just don't like it when people use it in certain ways. Because like I think it's very, very important to use, like, if you are going to use AI for stuff like what I'm trying to use it for right now, that you obviously have to check your work and everything. And you should also try doing the research yourself in order to see that it stacks up with the same kind of shit, you know? Like, yeah, I just use, honestly, right now, I mostly just use ChatGPT as a glorified Google scraper. That's what I use it for. I think it's really good at finding articles from specific time frames. Yeah. I'm not 30 seconds behind. You are 30 seconds fast. I like the doctor compliment, the flattery bot. Dr. Clanker. Y'all in blue states and states because Dems are not terrible and anti-trans as a party, but as people, they are way more anti-trans than Republicans. A Republican will kill me. A Dem will allow for my grape as long as it can be prosecuted later. I don't even know what you're talking about, like, Nuxie. Like, I don't get what you are even getting at, but okay. Like, because that there are bad people who also happen to be Democrats, this means that the Democrats suck when they're the only ones out there advocating for policies. Every time I ask it to find sources, it always makes them up. I don't know how to get around that. Well, you have to ask it to link the sources. Also, I've also found that some of the stuff that it links to won't load unless you remove the source equals ChatGPT thingy from the end of it. That's also been a thing that I found. But lately it's been better. Also, if you turn on the thinking like option for it instead of just using it at its default, then it tends to do a lot better job at finding shit because it takes longer. Like I also turned on extended thinking. But if I can just use this Atlas thing, Brock pretty competitive at that too. Yeah, but I don't want to support Elon, okay? Is Atlas the name of the browser? Is it available for Linux? If you ask it to explain to you what it plans to do, you can get ahead of a lot of issues. Oh, well, that's what it's doing. I set it to thinking, and see, this is what it's doing. It's talking about, I'm planning to search for videos or tweets. For Vanguard Pod, there could be discussions involving, for Kyle, it seems unlikely he endorsed Harris. I'll conduct searches to find relevant posts and transcripts. Yeah, like this is, I set it to extended thinking, and it's absolutely, it's talking about the steps that it's going to take. And you can look at it after the fact. Okay. Download for Mac OS? What in the fuck? Is this only available for Mac OS? What kind of weird shit is that? Wait. Web browser. I can browse the web for you to help you gather information and conduct research. Oh. Is this the same thing as the Atlas thing? Also ask it to explain what it did wrong, and it will get over logic ruts. I never saw Kyle before the 24 election season. He was definitely covering Harris positively, and especially Walz. He was still talking about Gaza every now and then, though. Oh, well, yeah. See, that's the other thing. There was excitement initially when Harris came in, at least among some of these people, especially when she picked Tim Walz, because Tim Walz is quite progressive. I don't think so. Buy a Mac, loser. Fuck that. Although I could bring back my Mac virtual machine, but I don't know that I'm going to bother doing that just so that I can do this. That's just silly. Yeah, it seemed like there was quite a bit of excitement, but then things just kind of changed. And they all just kind of went back to not really liking Harris. And a lot of it had to do, I think, with the Israel stuff, because like she didn't go as hard as they wanted her to or whatever. Or at least that was the case for Hassan, but give it a shot. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I got that. These. Brat Summer. Yeah, true. Okay. I need to grab some food. I'm not gonna grab the mic. I'll be right back though. One sec. I'm just gonna play this.
Release that. They could have exposed the fact that he's a goddamn pedophile. They didn't, and now he's taken over the country, and it seems like we're more and more dictatorship with every passing day. So it seems like anyone who's criticizing Joe Biden and the fecklessness of his administration has been totally vindicated, and it seems like even the hardcore Democrat defending libs are now admitting it.
Yeah, so I got a lot of response to that. The first is, I think a point of contact on this, unfortunately, might be to talk about a recent moment with Hassan. And I think that this will sort of crystallize where I think the libs are coming from. Because to be honest, I criticize a lot of Democratic leadership. Schumer, I think I've been saying for months and months and months and months, he needs to go. I've been talking shit about the 7 House members, Tom Suozzi, Glucenkamp Perez, now I'm not forgetting Jared Golden, among others, who voted for the additional DHS funding. And I've taken shit with them being weak on the shutdowns and all that stuff. And so I understand criticism of Democrats, and I respect criticism of Democrats. I called Joe Biden's pardon of his son corrupt as shit. I said that he violated the law and by closing down the border illegally when he tried to do that when his bill didn't work. And then he just tried to usurp the law and basically cancel asylum. And it didn't seem like there were many Democrats who were willing to do that. Even though I didn't think that he did anything criminal with respect to the her report, I still criticized his conduct with respect to the her report. And so I have no problem with criticisms of Democrats. But I think the problem is calibration. And let me give you a point of contact. Hassan Piker goes to Minnesota. Great. Criticizing ICE. Great. Wonderful. Bringing attention to the fact, as you guys are, that DHS and more specifically ICE and CBP are acting like Gestapo thugs. Awesome. Has an interview. The interview asks a question about well, how are Democrats measuring up to the role? Offers criticism, some of it true. Democrats need to be stronger. Democrats need to be willing to fight more. But that is not couched with a critical phrase. And that critical phrase is the following. You need to support the Democratic Party in this context. Yes, it's true that our leadership is weak at times. And yes, it's true with particular members, they say shit that isn't either true or isn't wise or isn't good strat. But obviously, the Democrats are way superior on every level to the deprivations of the MAGA Republicans. Now, I respect your voting records. I respect the fact that you voted for the Democrats, but
Did they vote for the Democrats though, Pisco? Did they? Also, I will add that Hassan will never say that because he doesn't believe in things. He does not believe that, okay? Hassan does not believe that the Republicans are better than the Democrats. So he's not going to say it because he thinks that they're both basically the same or that they're not different enough for it to matter. And then he spends all this time, like he basically did a false equivalence in that clip. Like it was not good. You can't keep doing the Hassan strat, Kalinda. Sorry. Also, I would argue I'm not doing the Hassan strat because I'm literally, when I walk away, I'm like, I mean, I can do this. So, you know, that's a thing that an option that I have if I choose to exercise it. This is something that I can do. I can do this. So, you know. Keep the commentary coming for Max Ethical Reacts. Isn't this the gal who does the Hassan strat? Oh my god. I mean, obviously the chair is here, you know. So, you know, I'll be right back though. Hold on.
I think it's unconscionable, really, to, in this moment, continue to be unclear, or at least sometimes equivocating, or sometimes kind of like gesturing at what I think most Democrats and even the base ones that you're referring to, and I have seen that trend. I'm not saying I haven't. Like, you're right about the I've had it girls and their, you know, the based tweets from Kyle Kalinske. But it's the recognition.
I haven't seen the the Hassan Piker statement that you're specifically talking about. I'd love to actually hear the quote from Hassan, because I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything that Hassan Piker says. We've criticized Hassan Piker on the show, and I feel like Zach and I do make it abundantly clear, including in the last election cycle, even when we had to support a fucking party that was committing a genocide. Even under those circumstances, we literally were like, "Yep, got to support Kamala, guys. There's no other fucking option. The Green Party is unserious. Fuck Jill Stein. Vote for Kamala."
No, I want to be clear in terms of the third party stuff with you guys. Like, I don't think there can be any doubt that with respect to the Green Party shit, the Jill Stein stuff, I saw you guys talk about that stuff, and I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm not saying that you didn't.
What is this lie? That's not what they did. We're going to dig into that more. I'm curious what Pisco says next though.
Say to Kamala Harris, I think I'm just trying to get you the feeling of what some libs and Democrats in my audience think is like, are these people committed to this project, the project of defeating it? Not necessarily you guys. Go for it, Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, so I can speak to that a little bit, right? Because I understand that there is frustration that kind of like takes over your mind. And I'll use it for an example of the Vanguard, right? So you have people in your audience right now who think that we're like Democrat haters, I would imagine, who think that we're like the devil and that we don't
Yeah, it's because you are.
want anything good for the Democratic Party, right? But for all of those people, there's also tons of people on the left who think that we're sellouts. They call us the shit lib guard. They talk about how because we supported Kamala Harris, we're genocide fucking supporters, talking about how we have blood on our hands, talking about how we're unserious, how we've sold every principle that we have, right? We really take shit from all sides. And I think that at least if anybody, wants to look at our record, you can be like, these are two guys that stand on their own feet. And we have always made it clear that, like, obviously we're going up against a criminal, beyond the pale party when it comes to the Republican Party. And I think that I've even, made an effort to adjust my own personal commentary, right? Because
have you?
I came up very insular in progressive politics. Gavin and I came up, we were in the shit, right? We were in the weeds. We had very, very niche political opinions, and we built our show around that, right? And so we've always had a focus on independent, left-wing progressive media. And people are like, why do you guys talk about that all the time? And it's because it's our beat, right? Gavin and I didn't have the pedigree to come on here. Like, Pisco, you're a very educated guy. You're a lawyer. You're very well informed. Gavin and I were two guys in my bedroom. We thought, what do we know? We know about this very niche progressive scene that's happening right here. And we built our entire channel around it. And so people come on our channel and they're like, hey, it seems like you're talking a lot about this and not about this. That's totally true, right? It's kind of like going on to a sports show and being like, damn, they're really talking about the Chiefs a lot, or wow, they're really talking about the Patriots a lot. It's like, yeah, that's because that's what their show is about. But if you actually listen to our live streams, you'll hear the first 45 minutes of us going through the news of the day. You'll hear us talking about the fascist threat of the Donald Trump administration. You'll hear us affirm over and over and over again that the worst Democrat, the fucking dirt on the bottom of your shoe, I'm talking about a guy like Joe Manchin, who doesn't even call himself, I think he's officially an independent now, just like Kristen Sinema. A guy like that is immeasurably better. If we had President Joe Manchin, I would feel the urge to at least take a huge sigh of relief by a mile, right? Because I would understand that there's not going to be lawlessness in the streets. I would understand that he's not going to be enriching himself to the tune of $1 billion off of a cryptocurrency scam with a special envoy to the Middle East Suns, the Wyckoff brothers. I would understand that we're not going to be doing all of these things. That's all clear. The Qatari jet, absolutely, right? We're not going to do abductions illegally in the middle of the night. We're not going to violate international law. We're not going to ruin America's standing by threatening to take over Greenland. We're not going to do a bunch of obnoxious tariffs that don't make any sense, right? Just so I can get a little insider trading bump for my homies as I crash the American dollar and try and buy up shit on the cheap, which is his plan, right? You're going to get all of that analysis if you listen to the Vanguard, but it's also true. You are watching a podcast hosted by the last death rattle of the Bernie Bro movement. That's us, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics. Medicare for all, no new wars, fucking Green New Deal, right fucking now. Raise the minimum wage. That's what we stand for, right? And so if a politician runs and they say, I don't fucking support that, then we say, hey man, that's a fucking problem. And when they do say, hey man, I'm sorry, ICE isn't a state terror organization, Mr. Ben Shapiro, let me kiss your ass. Oh, hey, Mr. Ben Shapiro, it's not a genocide in Gaza. Let me kiss your ass. I say, that's not presidential, and you don't represent me. And I don't care that you're the de facto presumed nominee because your values aren't compatible with mine. And so people might get their feathers ruffled and be like, he's on my team. Why did you say that? Because I care about values. I'm in the ethics business, okay? I don't care about whether or not people throw mud at me or tell me I'm a shit lib or tell me I have blood on my hands. I've already heard it before.
Well, I appreciate that answer. And to be honest, like, it's not just you guys who have been critical of Gavin Newsom at the start. I don't know if you recall, he did his podcast circuit with Charlie Kirk, with Steve Bannon, Michael Savage, some of these people. And both me and Josiah were not happy with how he conducted those. It reminded us a little bit of how Cenk Uygur in the initial run was talking to Charlie Kirk, indeed, at whatever the tour that they were doing was, America Fest or something, and he said, congratulations on a revolution, well done. So I have no problem whatsoever with criticisms of Democrats, so long as they're couched with that recognition. And to be honest with you guys, if I didn't feel that you guys did that, right, I think we'd have a different dynamic. And I think I would see you guys very differently. Do I agree with all your criticisms? No, but I don't agree with like all the criticisms or all the ideas of a lot of the people who I consider to be beneficial with respect.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. So, like, I'm actually curious. Does Pisco think that like where does he get this notion that these guys weren't shitting on Democrats before the election, or that they weren't praising Jill Stein? Like, it seems like they recognize that obviously the third party movement doesn't necessarily go anywhere, or they understood that they weren't going to win. But considering Pisco's criticism of Hutch's focusing on lefties, it's not being voiced now about Vanguard and their focus on Dems. even though I would say focusing on Dems is much more damaging overall. Dems are actually running for office. Well, yeah, exactly. The chair makes good points. Okay. So let's see what else we found here. I can do a search across transcripts in principle, but I can't use Filmot for it here because Filmot throws a CAPTCHA/human verification wall when I try to access search results, and this environment can't complete those challenges, so not at scale via Filmot. Use the public non-CAPTCHA sources, mirrors, Reddit threads, do targeted transcript checks. If you provide the exact video link and the transcript text, then I can search it precisely. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll come back to you later, Clanker. Maybe I'll try asking this thing, but for now, okay, so we've got these. Let's see, what else have we got here? November 13th. Jimmy Dore, Joe Manchin fillets himself, teases presidential run. Okay, this is from Secular Talk.
Voted for Jill Stein and proudly talked about it, bragged
Liz
about it on the show for
Cheney
years.
considering presidential
Exactly.
run.
Yeah, he was a Jill Stein voter. Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian, they were Hillary
Wait,
voters,
what's
and that was a
this?
bit of a
David
disagreement Jimmy
Pakman
had
praises,
during his time at TYT with Cenk and Anna because they
Biden's
did
remarkable
decide to vote for
handling
and support
of-
Hillary Clinton in the wake of Bernie Sanders getting screwed over, which seemed to be one of the radicalizing incidents for Jimmy Dore that led him to ditch the Democrats. But party candidate like RFK, Jill Stein, someone like that, but they ain't voting for Biden. And Biden did not win by very much last time. It was a pretty thin margin of victory. So if just enough people stay home in the key states like Michigan, which does have a pretty high Palestinian and Arab American population, then he might be totally fucked just based off of that alone.
100%. But what is interesting is I was shocked to see this the other day, Gavin. Have you been paying attention to the recent general election polls that include everyone? So this one has RFK, West, Jill Stein, Joe Biden, and Trump. And it is pretty interesting to see that Donald Trump is absolutely kicking ass in these polls. Even in spite of the fact that we anticipated that a lot of his support would be eroded by RFK staying in the race, it doesn't seem to appear that way. We can look at even a few more polls that this one, if you look at just the general election, Trump by Biden, he's still leading by about 3 or 4 points in this most recent one. Just pretty crazy to think that Joe Biden.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the Bernie got screwed. He didn't get enough votes. He wasn't as popular among the Dem establishment as you'd like to think. Yeah, you're right. I'm so tired of this infighting. Let me infight to stop the infighting. Yeah. What the fuck are we supposed to do? These people are just constantly attacking us. And then Peace goes over here talking about how, yeah, but you can work with them. And it's like, no.
Has been so unpopular and ignored the demands of his base so much that even in the face of 91 fucking criminal charges, an insurrection, just being an absolute fucking oaf and dingus, the financial crimes that he's committed in New York, all of it compounding on that, you've been so dog shit as president that even with the fucking 7-point handicap that was taken by RFK, you're still losing. And obviously it's not a general, or the general election isn't a direct vote, but actually if the Republicans are leading in the polling, that's doubly bad for Democrats because they have an easier path to the Electoral College because of how rickety and fake our election system is.
Absolutely correct.
That doesn't make any sense, first and foremost. Secondly, it is actually remarkable the amount of success that Joe Biden has had here, pushing Israelis to allow aid into Gaza, warning Israel, don't overplay your hand, getting involved in the negotiation for hostage.
He allowed 5 dump trucks worth of fucking quote unquote aid into Gaza after greenlighting a massive genocidal massacre, essentially.
Oh, Jesus.
Campaign of bombing, which left 1 million plus people displaced, killed tens of thousands. But yeah, luckily he let some aid in afterwards. You know what I'm saying? A couple trucks showed up with a few loaves of bread and some Band-Aids and maybe a couple bottles of water. How is that any different than Trump throwing fucking paper towels at Puerto Rico? You know what I'm saying? Obviously it's not the same. I understand the differences.
It's actually way worse. What Joe
It's
Biden is
way worse. But yeah, in the same way that to be oh, Donald Trump, he allowed for the delivery of aid to Puerto Rico.
Well, the reason why everything is IP here is at JM is because that October 7th happened in the previous month of these videos. Okay, so in this one, they're talking about how Biden sucks and how he's getting slammed in the polls. So these guys aren't saying anything nice for Biden. Let's see here. Norman Finkelstein joins Israel-Palestine. Debating Destiny, Ben Shapiro, the Vanguard. Oh my God. That's absolutely not. The world's worst presidential candidate. Oh boy.
Versus Trump, versus Jill Stein, versus Cornel West, versus RFK, maybe versus Manchin now. So you have more candidates who are theoretically pulling more votes from Biden than one's pulling it from Trump. And so he says that wouldn't be a spoiler. Well, ultimately, when all's said and done, we can crunch the numbers on it, and we'll know if you are or aren't. And so Mitt Romney apparently went to Joe Manchin and told him, don't run. This came out recently. Mitt Romney's like, don't do it, because you're going to hand the country over to Trump. And so look, it's hard to conclude anything other than he's a total idiot and thinks he can actually win, which is insane, or he wants to turn the country over to Trump. Not good, man. Not good. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Okay, so all of these people were shitting on Biden hard going into the election, or at the end of 2023. All these people hated Biden. Dean Phillips threatens third-party run.
West, Jill Stein, RFK. Am I missing anybody? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing somebody. But if you have all that, I mean, Joe Manchin's been flirting with it, right? I don't like. First of all, it's going to be a mess, right? I think it's going to be a fucking mess. But at the end of the day, what I think is most likely is Trump supporters are the most hardcore and diehard. And there's not that many of them, but there's enough where if there is a race where all these people are on the ballot, and it's like 5 of them, almost certainly Trump wins, right? Because all of the defecting votes definitely come more out of Biden share than come out of Trump share. Because again, Trump supporters are the most hardcore. So I don't see a scenario where it unfolds where Dean Phillips has a chance to win running as a no-labels candidate, or Dean Phillips running hurts Trump more. I just don't see that. So I don't know, man. But you get the sense everything's sort of falling apart at the seams here. And people are so disgusted by the idea of Trump versus Biden that, like, there's like these desperate attempts to please have it be somebody else and not a rematch. But it's like we're all spiraling towards the doom scenario that none of us actually want, but we all feel is inevitable. And so I don't know, but.
Okay, so the impression that I'm getting here is that now all of these people basically what they're saying is kind of true, that they basically did well, no, I understand. Obviously, in hindsight, I think maybe you can understand that, and there were to a degree fair statements, because I think Biden should have dropped out, and I think it's really bad that he didn't. And I think most people agree with that. But my suspicion is, at least based on the other video that we watched, is that so this is really far back. This is like only a couple months after October 7th. Well, okay, this one's from January 2024, but like regardless, this is not super far after October 7th, right? So these people are still like super up on talking about Israel-Palestine constantly, and they are hating on Biden hardcore for not like going harder against Israel, and their opinion is basically that because there were so many other people in the race, and they don't want to see Biden versus Trump again. But the question now is that it looks like their opinions changed when Kamala got into the race. And at that point, they must have thought that, well, okay, she's probably going to win, and so we can just. Oh, this is a members only thingy. That's annoying. Okay. Destiny versus Glenn Greenwald. Taylor Swift psyop. RFK Jr. going libertarian. Okay. Dave Smith calls out RFK Jr. This is all from the Vanguard. Jimmy Dore versus Jill Stein. I think we've kind of got. Wait, what? Members only. Fuck you guys. Oh, these are okay. So their lives are paywalled. Cornel West makes baffling excuses for his campaign missteps.
Justice Party, Jill Stein's running. You guys are kind of pulling from each other. Do you think that was a mistake, possibly, to leave the Green Party? Because it seems like you're starting a party, so you're not against having being part of a party. It just seems like you guys might be pulling from each other, where if you were together, you could be, people have a clear choice of the left. I don't consider RFK Jr. left at all.
Right.
So what do you think of that criticism that you kind of have switched too much and people, want you to reconsider?
I had no idea that Jill Stein was going to end up running. I mean, she's right.
Can you pause real quick?
Before that,
I'm like, what the fuck did you? We've talked about this before, but it's like, what the fuck did you expect the Green Party to do, Dr. West? After you joined their ranks, got everyone all excited. Oh, we're gonna finally have a freaking nominee that can maybe get some real traction, start a movement, get to 5%. You leave them, you abandon all of their volunteers, and then you expect them to just lay down and die and not have a nominee, sacrifice all their ballot access. Like, they literally have to have a nominee to retain that ballot access that they've already worked so hard to obtain. We talked about that with Jason Call, who's Jill Stein's campaign manager. So yeah, I just find it baffling that.
It's interesting that these guys put so much time into talking about all of these like irrelevant people who were never going to win. It's very funny. Like, why? Why are you talking about this? Who cares? These people have no chance. Cornel West. Bill Maher smugly dismisses uncommitted Michigan voters.
Jill Stein, Cornel West, maybe a handful of them, RFK, even though I doubt that because RFK is massively pro-Israel, just as much as Joe Biden, if not more so. That's what they're saying. They're not saying we're going to vote Trump. And by the way, CNN did a focus group, and about half of the uncommitted voters say, I could vote for Joe Biden, but he has to change his Gaza policy. He has to. So this isn't like, again, the whole framing is these people are so unreasonable. That's the framing. Not that Joe Biden is unreasonable for...
They are unreasonable. Because they expect something that Joe Biden was never going to do.
Arming and funding and ethnic cleansing and a genocide. It's all these...
Oh, by the way, it is now March 5th, 2024, and Kyle is basically calling it a genocide as if it were a truism.
People are so unreasonable. And by the way, let's be clear. They framed it as, oh, it's the Arab and Muslim American population. In part, yes. It's also a tremendous number of young voters. A key demographic for Democrats in every election. There wasn't a single, when like 50% of the vote had come in, there wasn't a single area in Michigan where uncommitted was under 10%. Think about that. Now, by the end, I think a handful of them dropped below 10%, but there's...
Yeah, so essentially, so that's what we're on right now. Okay. We're on this. People super care about Gaza, guys. Biden has massive polling surge.
To have Jill Stein on most of the ballots. They're probably going to have a libertarian. And then it's an open question as to how many ballots RFK will get on, Cornel West will get on. RFK will probably get on more ballots than Cornel West.
Yeah.
He's already gotten on like 3 or 4 or something like that. So, and when you do and just when you look at it, Biden, Trump, and RFK, you go from Trump +2 to Trump.
Genuine question. Do these lefties type call the war in Congo that killed millions, mostly civilians, in our lifespans a genocide too? Probably not, because I don't think they know fuck all about that. Hell, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know that much about that. Are you talking about the Darfur genocide, or was that in the Congo? Or the war in Myanmar, where the junta has been slaughtering civilians, or the war in Ukraine? Sometimes they might call Myanmar a genocide, but I honestly don't ever... Okay, Darfur is in Sudan. I honestly never hear these people talk about that. I've also barely heard them talk about Sudan. Do these lefty types call the war in Ukraine a genocide? Fuck no. They don't even want to talk about the war in Ukraine. Most of them think that NATO is bad and that war was NATO's fault, and they don't think the US should support Ukraine. Second Congo War, 5.4 million deaths during our lifetimes. Yeah, no. It's just Israel. Like, you'll find some leftists like Fire in our Discord who will say that like those other wars were genocides, but most of them, they don't. I just think it's weird that there's this hyperfixation on this one conflict is all. Yeah, I agree with you, Epic. I agree. That's part of the whole, this is what left-wing anti-Semitism looks like, where these people basically have this weird double standard that they apply to Israel and they fucking obsess over it. And they are so ready to like apply every terrible thing that Israel's ever done. I think Vash might have called the Ukraine war genocidal. Yeah, but Chase, Vash is different on Ukraine because he supported Ukraine from the start. Whereas all of these motherfuckers are all in the, well, it's all NATO's fault camp. Yeah, Fire is an Indonesian commies there are more honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's, is either Congo a close American ally? I mean, I think there's honestly that. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that that because Israel is BFFs with America, these people are basically obsessing over that. And they think that, yeah, like there's a bunch of shit. A lot of it really just breaks down to America bad. It's because Israel is so close to the United States, and Israel and America have such a special relationship. These people are going to focus on that because that they think it's all the United States' fault, basically. Of course, he thinks Israel is worse. Yeah.
Plus 4.3.
That's a good point.
So it's like, it is way, way, way too close for comfort. But as we always point out when discussing this, it really is a fucking race to the bottom with this stuff.
Absolutely.
It's like
the Vans had a debate with Dylan Burns and they got rolled, but were later shitting on him. Yeah, I know. I remember that because they are on the whole. It's really bad to support. It's really bad to we don't want our money going to support Ukraine. Like on the left, you're basically either going to get like the, oh my God, war is bad. War is always bad. We should stop supporting. They just need to make peace and stop dying. Or you're going to get like more pro-Russia types saying this was all NATO's fault. Even if they're not outwardly pro-Russia, they're going to be saying like dumb Mearsheimer shit, yeah. And then that's what we're going to get, basically. Yeah, but shitting on someone who schooled you in a debate, come on. Well, yeah, but like those guys aren't going to admit that they got schooled in that debate. Oh, the goal ended. I'm not going to start another goal. I mean, I could, but I don't know. I only got so many people here, right? I need to get more audience members so that I can extract more of your wealth.
the absolute insane dictatorial criminal, or the man who's half asleep who's funding a genocide, and also cut out those pandemic social safety net programs, which were a lifeline to a tremendous number of people. So I'm not doing a full false equivalence here and saying they're equal. They're definitely not equal. But at the same time, I think the sense everybody's getting, the sense normies are having is like, who do I hate the least? That's who I'll vote for.
Yeah, no, that is the race. That's it right there. Whoever wins, the majority of the people who hate both of them will be the next president.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about. Is because they're. I mean, that is such a. Your guy you love, Stephen A. Smith. He was saying something about how he's disgusted with these two and like, okay, we really not do any better. I mean, this is such a common sense.
I mean, it's impressive how shameless they are. They pretended they won't talk to Destiny because of his legal stuff. Well, yeah. They aren't equal. I'm not saying that, but they kind of are, is what I hear. I mean, Kyle basically thinks Democrats are like slightly less shitty than Republicans, I guess. But I feel like considering the crowd of people that he sits among, at least that's something. But unfortunately, a lot of that just has to do with the fact that like Kyle was actually being pretty based about like how good he thought Joe Biden was. When he argued with Brianna Joy Gray about it, that was really cool. But Israel basically just broke his brain. All of these people's brains got broken on Israel-Palestine, and they became fucking obsessed with it. Oh my God, has Israel been a Canadian colony this entire time? We don't have enough Jews here to be an Israeli colony. Oh wait, has Israel been a Canadian? No, actually, that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, Brianna Joy Gray is still around. She does her bad faith podcast or whatever the fuck. She does her thing, but I mean, she's just over here doing the same shit. I mean, I don't think nobody doubted that Brianna Joy Gray was like bad. Nobody has doubted that whatsoever. No, because we keep sending you our shekels. Oh, I see. You're the Metropole. I mean, I have no idea. Or rather, I assume she's still around. I don't actually see people. I don't really. Her tweets don't come up on my Twitter timeline as often. There's so many pictures of it. It seems like something that could be helped. Wait, so many pictures of what?
you can almost talk to anyone, no matter their political ideology, and find a lot of common ground being like, what are we doing here? It's the race no one wants, and yet somehow we ended up with exactly the race that Americans dread the most. So in any case, we'll see if the trends continue and what to attribute them to. And then the last thing that I'll add to this in terms of the numbers, there's some really interesting, if you dig into some of these polls, data points around people who typically don't vote, but who are saying they're going to vote in this time around, versus people who routinely vote. Those people who were like 2022 voters and they were 2020 voters and they show up every time, they tend to favor Joe Biden. Trump has a huge lead. The last one I saw was like 23 points among people who haven't voted before. So that's going to be another big determining factor of like, you know, are Democrats able to succeed because the most reliable voters have now shifted over into being largely in the Democratic camp versus Republicans relying on these infrequent voters. That's kind of their cope about why they're doing so poorly in the special elections, but it's going to be different in a presidential election because they say, oh, well, those people will turn up when it's a presidential year. But that's the other big question mark is like, who even should these pollsters be talking?
Kyle has been consistently isolationist for a very long time. He opposed any action against Assad too. Yeah, I know. Kyle's foreign policy takes are terrible.
Jill Stein will probably be on a lot of ballots, right? She's the Green Party candidate. I'm sure the Libertarians will run somebody as well. Almost certainly, they always do. RFK is trying to be on the ballots. He's on some already. I don't know how many ultimately he'll hit.
Oh.
Vote for Cornel West or Jill Stein. The real question here is not a Biden versus Trump question. The real question is, are they going to stay home or are they going to vote third party? That's the real question. So you go, when she says, I don't know why this is a difficult choice. Well, it's a difficult choice because it's not the binary that you're making it out to be. Now, yes, either Trump or Biden is going to win. That's a fact. But the way people look at their options is Trump, Biden, stay home, Jill Stein, RFK, Cornel West, and potentially a libertarian candidate. That's how people look at it. Now, you can scream from the rooftops all you want, like, well, the other choices are not legit.
I mean, Kyle, I don't know. What are you even talking about? That's not true. What the fuck? How many people even think or know about or care about fucking third parties?
Admit they have no chance. Even if I grant you that, that doesn't mean all these voters who are on the fence are going to agree with that. They don't agree with that. So when you say get over yourself, effectively what she's saying here is, hey, all of you assholes who are concerned about the U.S. arming and funding and aiding and abetting a genocide and an ethnic cleansing, grow up. She's saying grow up.
Yeah, you should grow up, and you should stop obsessing over something. Stop obsessing over something that you all are, like, fucking wrong about. Okay. But yeah, so that's what we're getting here, basically. Huh. Okay. So Jill Stein endorse, or how about vote? Let's jump ahead a little bit to August of 2024, which is when Kamala came into the race. Date. Vibe shift. Even Joe Rogan knows it's over for Donald Trump. Kamala's gonna win.
Well, I was gonna vote for him because I just whatever, another old kind of a guy.
This is his third. This is his third campaign. This is his third campaign in America for president. So,
and also that's the other unspoken.
Oh God, they're talking to fucking Emma. Jesus.
Elephant in the room for Kamala. She's never been president before. Everybody else has tried and failed. All the
they
other
want
options
change,
tried
right.
and failed.
Exactly.
Yep.
Let's take a look at just a couple more seconds of this because I want to hear Joe Rogan actually make his prediction and then we'll react to that because I actually agree with his prediction shift in the way.
Okay, so now we have switched to now that Biden. So I was right. Now that Biden is out and Kamala is in, now everybody is saying that she is going to win.
Way people access information, and this is Robert Epstein's work.
The creepy line, the document.
This is actually Trump's 5th campaign. Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, everybody kind of forgot about all the other ones. This is something that I feel like was actually an understated point. What do you think was an understated point, Van Loven?
Everyone should watch it.
Yeah, and this thing is very real, and what it is like if you try to Google certain.
This was Trump's third presidential campaign, and realistically, Harris never had to run a competitive state level race before this. Yeah, I mean, she was in the primaries, but yeah, meathead Rogan, it's true. He was actually a much more experienced campaigner than her. Yeah, he was. And yeah, he absolutely was, and I think he loved it considerably too. Like Trump loves doing rallies. Yeah. Oh yeah, she did. She dropped out before Iowa. Yeah.
Negative stories on people.
And she ran for district attorney in California. Like she was always and then I think when she was in Congress, she was running in California, which is a very blue state, so she really didn't have to work very hard to get that. All Donald ever does is campaign. You're right. It's true.
It will overwhelm you with positive.
Okay.
Joe Rogan tries to get this guy to believe that the State of the Union address was not taped live. He's like, "Oh, I saw Joe Biden's watch, and it's the wrong time, bro." And this guy's like, "Dude, the State of the Union is live. There's like, this House Speaker there. He's a Republican. Like, he's not gonna tolerate that." Or what about Fox News? You think they're just not gonna cover that they taped the State of the Union when it's supposed to be live? And he's like, "I don't know, bro. You don't know what they knew. They just get the feed. They just get the feed." And the dude's like, "No, dude, it's not a feed. It's like hundreds of people from Congress come to Washington D.C. and watch it happen."
Reporters in the back of the room that are there too. Yeah.
Mike Johnson's standing right behind him. You think he might have blown the whistle if this was some sort of play acting? Absurd. Yeah,
He
no.
probably didn't know, man. Real life hologram. You don't know what the deep state's got down there now. I swear, bro. It's very, it's
Dude,
very soft.
they hyped him up with they pumped him up with all the drugs they were saying the Republicans were saying Biden needed to perform. I'm sure that's what happened. He had his.
Oh yeah, of course we got to shit on Biden. So basically, what I'm getting here is that these people just absolutely hated Joe Biden. They hated him. Okay. So
It is like Addy dose and.
all right. What is this brain rot? They did, and they're relatively wealthy white people living in blue states who could afford to vote based purely on this shit. Let's comprehend it. Because their lives won't be affected, and they lack the empathy to realize many other people's lives will be affected. Yeah, I know, it's stupid. It's all fucking stupid. But yeah, you're right. Vanilloven, you are indeed correct. Like there are technical skills there that they have to build, that she was really a neophyte for. Yeah, I know. She just she wasn't ready. Okay, so narrative was Biden sucks and he's funding a genocidal. November 2023. Okay. Free Kamala. Genocidal war in Gaza. Talk of uncommitted movements Everyone is sick of, or let's get this exact. Lots of candidates to take votes from Biden. Biden could lose. So this was in like November 2024. Or November 2023 rather. Into 2024. No one wants Trump versus Biden. Everyone is sick of these candidates. Biden is going to lose because of IP. Look at uncommitted vote in Michigan. Okay, so that was kind of mostly it. Lots of shitting on Biden. Doing the pick a different guy. No, not that one or that one. I have no suggestions. Yeah, basically. You're not what the people want. Be more lefty. Don't support Israel. Yeah, okay. Vanguard thought she would win. No, Bernie is, oh yeah, Binus, yeah. Except not Bernie anymore because he won't use the G word. Oh, apparently Bernie actually will. Or apparently Bernie did start calling it a genocide, but you know.
And he went out there and he performed a speech because he can still read. He just can't talk. Extemporaneously. Rogan, like, part of the reason that first of all, like 2% of the country doesn't have an opinion on Donald Trump. I mean, I think that might be a literal figure. There's been polling done in terms of like, do you
I think Pisco should talk to them even if they lie. Interviews aren't endorsements, but streaming is too dumb/toxic, so it makes us be too on guard.
Oh, no, bad bearing. I don't think that, I'm not saying Pisco shouldn't talk to them. I have no issue with Pisco talking to them. My problem is that he takes the things they say at face value and just like accepts that that they might not be lying to him when it seems pretty obvious that they are. Like the Vanguard especially were or even probably I would say are like huge like third party lovers. One of them voted for Jill Stein in the past. They like her. They support her. And I just, yeah, no, I think Pisco should talk to them. He just should stop trusting them and acting like they are allies or friends. And I think that he needs to be like, even if he's not more combative with them, but yeah, he needs to stop acting like they actually that they are on the same team that he and Hutch are on, because they're not. Like, they don't want to win. Hello, Foul Runner. What have you missed? I mean, I'm still just doing my little bit of research into this here. You know, it's 2 o'clock. I might end soon. I don't know. I'm starting to lose steam.
Have an opinion, or do you not have an opinion of this person? And I saw like a week before Biden dropped out, Biden and Trump are in single digits, low single digits, because everybody knows them because of their visibility. Trump, again, this is his 3rd election cycle. Kamala Harris at that point, about a week before Biden dropped out, was 22%. And you know what that means? That means that 22% of the country is undecided and they're gettable. And then when Biden dropped out, the I think the figures in terms of who was considering voting for a third party candidate just completely fell down, as well as the double hater dynamic that Nate Cohn of the New York Times talks about, where there were people who were just considering sitting out the entire election because they hated both Trump and Biden, which was a massive
Benny
problem.
Gantz,
That's
who's
why,
also viewed as
again,
somebody who
Nancy
could be,
Pelosi, huge disagreements on ideology, but respect her pragmatism and that dog in her, right? So she was a huge part of why Biden dropped out. She forced the issue.
Wait. Now you respect her pragmatism? Emma, come on. You don't care about pragmatism. You're not a fucking pragmatist. Don't do that. Hold on.
And be like, yeah, my wife actually got shot, unlike Donald Trump.
Why the feds worry about me plotting on this corner when there's politicians out here getting popped in?
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Joe Biden drops out of presidential race. It's officially over for Joe. Okay. Did Kamala? Yeah. Oh, this is live. Oh, this is only an hour and 58 minutes.
Everybody, I have to retire my cap as the Oracle after Gavin's disastrous electoral college forecasting and return the belt back to my man over here. We have a new Oracle of politics.
Okay.
Law in 30 years appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. He didn't even let it interrupt his offshore drilling agenda, Gavin. Isn't that amazing?
Oh my
Way
God.
to walk and chew bubblegum. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. Unless you ask China or Russia or basically any other fucking country that competes with us. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together we...
These guys were like supremely anti-Biden. Jesus Christ.
Overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Okay, more people are poor than ever, and we lost like 1 million people in the pandemic. So I don't know if you want to put that in your...
Why would you act like that's his fault?
Victory lap speech. That's more of a footnote in history kind of a problem if I'm writing a Joe Biden memoir. You know what I mean? Anyway, we've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. What? He did not get back in the Iran nuclear deal, which would have been a fucking cakewalk in the first 6 months of his presidency.
Why do you think it would have been a cakewalk? Why do you feel like that's the case? You think that the Ayatollah was clamoring to make like that same deal again after Trump pulled away from it?
Yeah, it literally. What's going on over there? Actually, Gavin, I've heard it's all sunshine and apple bottom jeans over there. Anyway.
What's the... Oh no, Chase was saying that I'd sooner talk to Cleo or Stewart if than these morons. He typoed.
It has been the greatest...
By the way, I know you guys don't hear, but Stewart does talk sometimes. These Vanguard guys just come across to me as just as just not very knowledgeable or intelligent. Yeah, because they're not. I don't think so. The original JCPOA required roping in China and Russia on the sanctions regime. That wasn't happening the second round for starters. Well, yeah, I know. Like, and also like, who the fuck is gonna go do that? Going to like try and make like that same deal like it would be easy. Like you think Iran's just going to be like, yeah, sure, you know what, we'll totally jump back on that. We'll jump back on the nuclear deal that you guys pulled out of, and like just hope that this time it won't happen again, and the like the next Republican president won't like just pull you out of it and kill it. Yeah, they seem into Hassan levels of knowledge. Yep.
It's the honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duty.
Okay. Hold on.
It's mostly about Donald Trump. And I think that, you know, we're going to see a lot of this playbook now that Kamala will be the Democratic nominee, most likely. So I'm interested in your opinion, Zach, on the effectiveness of a message like this, and if you think it'll resonate with Americans when they get a chance to kind of see the contrast.
Sick of this. Well, think about this. He's a world leader.
Here, do you want me to send this to you, actually, Zach? I think it's kind of lagging.
Yeah, sorry, everybody.
Yeah, it really is lagging. Jesus. Wait, why are we doing this? Is this an extended effort to save Pisco? You know what? Maybe it might be. Maybe it might be, yeah. And also because that I am curious. At the end of the day, though, really what I might do is I might just look into this and then make some sort of a video out of it, like an essay or something, just to show that these guys are just all a bunch of fucking liars and that they misrepresented like the things that they were saying. Pisco is not worth saving. I mean, no, you know, you're right. He's not. Or rather, it's not that Pisco's not worth saving. It's that he is such a stubborn motherfucker that I don't think that he will. That being said, I do think that this is worth it in some ways because I'm curious about the extent to which that these guys were all lying. But that being said, I do think that, yeah, I think Pisco might end up getting absorbed by the lefties. I'm actually worried about that. Pisco doesn't want to be saved. He's got the personality. Yeah, I know. That's another problem, right? Well, no, I don't. Pisco is far too stubborn. Like, he just wouldn't. He just wouldn't accept it. Like, I just don't think that he would do it. Like, I think that even if I were to put together a nicely polished video that had all these, all of these things, and I were to, like, you know, provide a source list for every video that I fucking had clipped within it so that he could check the context and all this other shit, I still think that he wouldn't take it, or like he just wouldn't care. And I think the reason why is because that he is so fucking stubborn that he just gets dug in on a position and he will not go back, you know. Pisco might actually be very autistic, and I say this as someone whose brother has autism and to avoids online diagnosis or throwing that term, and avoids online diagnosis or throwing that term around. I think his heart is in the right place. Yeah, I think his heart is in the right place too. Like, I don't think he's like a bad dude or whatever. It's just kind of unfortunate, you know what I mean? And all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, you think that you think this is important. Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't work. He's too stubborn. But I think that it would still be a really interesting video to just point out the fact that like these guys are rewriting history. All of them are. And it would be a fun little video essay or something, or like a compilation or some such thing to kind of like point that out. I feel like that might be a fun thing to do. But you know what? I'm going to shelve that for now. I do want to try this out at some point. But yeah, I'm going to shelve that for now. I guess the next question is, do we want to go back to Ukraine or Do we or should I just end? What should I do? Do we want to talk about Ukraine? Talk about it. Why are you asking me that? What do you want me to talk about, Abby? What do you want me to talk about Israel? Check the link I posted in stream suggestions. Like, why? What is the point? Oh no. What is this? This is from 5 months ago? Were these people defending Anna?
Ford's reply. Ethan calls out Anna Kasparian for her tweet about the country being occupied and controlled by Israelis. You guys can see this here. What I detest here is the idea that America is.
It's funny. It's like you forget who Avi is and Chase. The one guy takes over. Yeah. Wait, TRC, you're almost as bad as Chase is with this. Like, Chase is also telling me to talk about the fucking Bassem Youssef shit and like, U.S. trade deficit explodes 94.6%. Trump's tariffs cause economic. Elon Musk says unauthorized use of. I might check this out. Oh, hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hello, baby. Hi. You are so cute. Chase is a known agent of the CCP Vosh axis. Maybe. I don't know. I think Chase just likes posting rage bait and then making other people react to it. Aww. Say hello. I worry a lot that I don't give Cleo enough love compared to Doomy. I mean, Van Loven, it seems like you do. Like, Cleo doesn't seem like she seeks out as much love as Doomy does. Doomy seems like the huge like sweetie among the two of them, and Cleo seems like a little bit more sort of standoffish. Do they like each other? Do they get along? Chase is a microdrama farmer, unironically though. Yeah, he is. Cleo wants love. She just is very anxious. Aw. Odin is never satisfied with the level of love he has received. I mean, he's a dog, right? So like he fucking loves he probably like wants constant love and attention from you. The moment Cleo sees Doomy, she starts hissing. Oh, that sucks. They don't get along. That makes things harder. Starlink usage became a huge for Russian strikes. I wonder if it's over. Oh yeah, Elon Musk says unauthorized Russian use of satellite-based Starlink internet stopped. Really?
This photograph shared by the Ukrainian military shows remnants of a Russian drone equipped.
Whoops. Professional streamer, by the way.
This photograph shared by the Ukrainian military shows remnants of a Russian drone equipped with a Starlink terminal. Kyiv says it's collected evidence of hundreds of attacks by drones fitted with this technology that allows Moscow to bypass Ukrainian defences that disable UAVs by jamming GPS and radio signals. Under US sanctions, Starlink cannot be sold or used in Russia. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk says he's now resolved the issue.
Looks like the steps we took to stop the unauthorized use of Starlink by Russia have worked. Let us know if more needs to be done.
Wait, Epic, are you saying you're saying Starlink isn't guided weapons? I think it sounds like it was that they're using it to bypass, like with drones, to bypass jamming specifically. You don't have journalists enough. I don't know what you mean. You should see the POV every time I leave the front door. Oh my god. You should put a camera up or whatever so you can capture this.
Russia's use of Starlink doesn't just put Ukraine...
It doesn't really work like that. You don't hate journalists enough. Oh, well, I mean, isn't this from what Ukraine is saying? Or is it just that now I'm curious about this.
At risk. It extends drones' potential flight range to well inside NATO territory. The Institute for the Study of War has mapped out this reported 500-kilometer range, showing the drones can reach parts of Poland.
Okay, so the Russians are using Starlink, yeah, but it's not a weapons-grade tracking solution. They use it for C2. C2? Typical military-hating journalists. There are legitimate criticisms. Civilian journalists have an amazing ability to take the words of defense planners from any particular country completely out of context and add new meaning. Aww. Command and control, okay. Oh, so when Ukraine finds Starlink fitted into Russian drones, like the photographs that they shared, that's not actually being used for like drones that are doing attacking on Ukrainians or on Ukrainian soldiers or whatever. It's for other stuff. Hello, buddy.
Romania and Lithuania.
Basically, they use Starlink to get updates on what the drone is doing and whether it's making progress on its mission. Oh, okay. So, the reason this distinction matters is Starlink is a broad network that can only be denied geographically. Language hops are a nightmare, especially in military contexts. I'm guessing they are saying they are inflating a microwave to a supercomputer. So basically what you're telling me is that this report is making it sound like Ukraine is, or that like Russia is sticking or is using Starlink for like weapons guidance, but they're actually, or that Russia's using Starlink for weapons guidance, but they're not. No, they are doing a tax, but the component that Starlink provides to the attacks is no, they are doing attacks, but the component Starlink provides to the attacks is basically the component that a radio provides to the infantrymen, coordination with other drones. And the only way to deny the access to this network is by turning the network off, which is a network that Ukraine relies on for more than Russia. Yeah, far more than Russia, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Apparently, Elon says he found some sort of a way to stop that from happening without denying Ukraine's access. I don't know how. Although Starlink does require special terminals in order to be able to access it anyway, so... like, so much of the language is contextual slang and relies on knowledge of how one part of the organization relates to another. That is... translations require a lot. I've noticed that a lot with IDF reports, and since people assume so much military knowledge from pop culture that they are not coherent of the jumps they are making, including said journalists. Russian weapons are guided with GLONASS, with GLONASS, registered to UA MOD supposedly, but a lot of the terminals in use by UA are crowdfunded or soldiers buy their own stuff, so they don't be whitelisted. Oof, okay. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck, yeah. Yes, Phantom, this is why you need to learn the language of the allies. Learn language if the allies are deploying when you're on the opposite. Yeah, okay. So I see. When you're an officer integrating. Okay, I understand. I think I understand basically what you're saying is that like these guys are making it sound like Ukraine or that Russia's using the drones and or using Starlink with their drones in a way that they're not, and that it's not really they're not using them to guide the drone weapons.
If launched from Russia or occupied Ukraine. Kyiv has become heavily reliant on Starlink since the beginning of the war. The system is used by the military to communicate and operate drones, by the government, civilians, businesses, as well as schools and hospitals. With Ukraine having emerged as a major theatre for electronic warfare, reliance on Starlink has expanded Elon Musk's geopolitical influence. Back in 2022, he ordered engineers at SpaceX to shut down Starlink satellite coverage over part of the battlefield during a critical Ukrainian counter-offensive in the Kherson region. Amid backlash, SpaceX never publicly confirmed the incident, but it exposed tensions between the tech billionaire and Ukrainian officials.
Keep in mind, by the way, that Elon has had phone calls with Putin and seems to be fairly pro-Russia.
Nevertheless, Ukraine's defense minister thanked Musk for his latest efforts to stop Russia from using the systems, calling him a true friend of the Ukrainian people.
Learning Japanese has been an absolute fucking nightmare, but I don't want to go to Germany. Oh, wait, so you'd have to, so where you actually get stationed and what, like, sector you work in is going to depend on, like, what language you learn. There are literally, mistranslations from Russian to English in military textbooks that make up the core of the American tradition of war that are just being discovered. Well, damn. That sucks. Okay. Mostly from Clausewitz's von Krieg, the original textbooks we import. Oh, Prussian. In reality, tear gas just wants a wife. It depends on your job, but for me, yes, I need to learn the language of the other guys I'm working with. Ah, yeah, okay. Are you guys? Oh, because yeah, the American military is going to be working a lot with the Japanese military. They spoke German in Prussia, just saying true. Our Air Force and the Japanese Air Force integrates at squadron level, meaning that there would be Japanese speaking pilots in my unit. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, are they also going to learn, or do they also learn English? I basically didn't speak any Hebrew when I enlisted in the IDF. And interesting stories. Oh, Van Leeuwen, you served in the IDF. That's interesting because you're not, you don't have citizenship. Grenades was like week 3. Van Leeuwen, when did you sign up? Were you? I'm assuming that you didn't go to Gaza. That you did this like way before. You know what? Fine. I'll watch this and then we'll let it go. And then I'm gonna end. Just because the TRC told me to. Oh, you were outside of Gaza. Okay. I pissed my pants on Grenade Week.
Somehow, quote unquote, occupied because of an American political action group. Oh, what does the I in AIPAC stand for,
God.
you fucking moron? The term ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government, which she did not use, has been deployed by American neo-Nazis for...
Just because she didn't use it doesn't fucking mean that she wasn't saying the same thing.
Harrison, yeah, you know this word you didn't use? It's really offensive. It's like, yeah, but she didn't fucking say that, you idiot.
Also, that's, I mean, I've never even heard of this term, ZOG.
Nope.
But it sounds just like a description.
Okay, first of all, if you guys hadn't heard of Zog even when this came out, I don't believe you. You're full of shit.
Of reality for some countries, including ours. Like, it's not. I mean,
What?
was that used by some anti-Semitic person at some point? I guess probably. I don't. I've never heard of this term, but
It's also true. Yeah.
is it fucking accurate to say? Yes. So sorry.
Yeah, true. Good point. It plays into the trope that Jews control everything. That is a trope and not accurate.
And also, Zionists aren't the same as Jews.
Oh my God, here we go again. Not accurate. Also, by the way, it is accurate when it comes to the government and Israel controlling the government. Most Jews are Zionists, by the way.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You literally just said Zionist occupied government. No one at any point said the Jews control America. Anna didn't say that. I've never said that.
Our former president, Joe Biden, said that he was a proud Zionist, like one of the most fucking loyal Zionists, and he's a Catholic.
Yes, you can be a Zionist without being a Jew, but the majority of Jews are still fucking Zionists. And you can't separate these things. Like, they're pretty important. Israel is pretty important to Jewish people, and and Zionism is pretty important to Jewish people, whether they're religious or not. It's like a thing that permeates within their culture. And like, yeah, these guys are literally doing all that stuff that Johan talked about when he came on and talked to me. About like, you know, basically like these two guys who I guarantee, I very much doubt neither one of these guys are Jewish. I'm sure that if they were, they would have said so now. And yet they're out here saying all this exceedingly stupid shit. I'm confused. I thought we were on Ukraine just a second ago. We were, but TRC linked this to me. Hutch was just showing off his chat. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean Hutch was just showing off his chat? Like to what? I mean, yeah, we were on Ukraine, and I was talking about it with regards to the Elon thing. I mean, really, I'm trying to think, like, do I still want to continue to talk about Ukraine? Oh, Hutch was just showing off his cat based. Yes, his cat. I'll have to go look at that. Yeah. So actually, guys, oh, Hutch had a cat. Yeah, Hutch has a cat. I think he has two. What kind of cat? I think one of his cats is white. How many streams do you have open, Jace? Kalinda, Zionism is a core aspect of religious practice. Anti-Zionism equivalent for Islam would be preventing Muslims from going to Mecca. That's Islamophobia, and anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Yeah, I know. I agree that like on an ideological level, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. Yes. My main argument with Johan was that I don't think that everybody who identifies as an anti-Zionist necessarily understands or necessarily like buys into every aspect of it or even understands all of it or whatever. But you know, I take issue with what Avi is saying. Don't invoke Johan. Well, I think no, I don't think no, one of his cats was not Fluffy. I think he's got like a sort of a whitish cat. One of the cats that he has is kind of I guess like a sort of caramel color. Edeloven, you don't speak for us. You can only summon Johan by mentioning Mrs. Rachel. Let's go on stream and hash it out. Wait, hold on. Avi, are you challenging Van Loven to a debate? Jew versus Jew. Oh no. Zionism is a product of Jews encountering nationalism, arguably a natural or obvious one, but Jewish religious practice predates nationalism. I mean, when we're defining Zionism as it's like the idea of that Jews like have a country of their own, basically. I don't know if the anti-Zionist equivalent, because like it doesn't really say anything about how in anti-Zionism that Jews can't be in like or that they're not allowed to go to Jerusalem or whatever. But I guess like on a practical level, if Israel was destroyed, Jews would more than likely lose access to Jerusalem anyway. or I guess like it would depend, or maybe, or it would be harder for them to gain access to the Wailing Wall. Don't you start on the Jew thing. This is the one thing I will actually genuinely crash out about. Oh no. Wait, do you guys actually want to have like an argument? When they be wearing that yarmulke? Kalinda, Zionism isn't just access. Okay, yeah, I know it's not just access. No, I never said that it was just access. I'm just saying your comparison about Mecca and Islam is like, maybe that's something that's a little bit different, I guess. Because I don't know if like unless you're trying to say that like not allowing Muslims to have control of Mecca would be Islamophobic. And I mean, honestly, some of these types of people might actually say that. I never said Zionism is about access. That's not what I'm saying. Zionism, at least as I define Zionism, or as my understanding, like, unless you're going to tell me that I'm wrong about this, and you know what, you guys are Jews, so I'm going to take your word for it. But I always thought, like, to me, Zionism was like the belief that Israel should, or that Jews should have a homeland. And if you extend it out further, it's like the belief that Jews that Israel should continue to exist as a Jewish state. Anti-Zionism requires the strawman version of Zionism to make any sense. Yeah, I know. Kind of. I mean, I don't know if I want to get into that discussion again, but yeah. Muslims don't need to control Mecca, they need to visit it. Zionism is sovereignty. Well, yeah, but then your comparison doesn't really work. Yeah, Zionism is sovereignty and self-determination and all that for Jews. Why are Van and Avi fighting? Do you guys actually just want to come on stream and hash this out? Do you guys just want to talk? Is that what you want? You guys want to argue about this? Because I will happily host that. Comparing it to Hajj is dumb. Van Loven is probably right. See who has the better pets. I am actually 6 of 6 beer, or you are 6 beers in. Oh, so you've been drinking, I see. I don't mind coming on. Okay, well, Van Loven, do you want to come on too? You guys can have a drunken debate. Also, thank you, TRC. This video was very funny. These guys are very stupid. This is an insane level of, like, stupid anti-Semitism on display right here. These guys basically believe in Zog. I don't have pets automatic win for me. Abby needs to drink fast to even the odds. I don't know if... Wait, oh, it's 2:30? How can you be drunk? It's not 2:30 in Israel, TRC. Also, while Vanilovan is destroying his liver, I'm at the gym. Wait, are you at the gym right now, Abby? Are you still able to come on and talk? Oh yeah, it's like 9:35 in Jerusalem right now, or in Israel. He's on leg day. I just ate a 28 pizza. Okay. Well, listen, if you guys want to come into the waiting room. You too, Vanilovan. EST is the only true time. True! Jerusalem. Nationalism is not an inherent part of Jewishness, but it's pretty obvious once nationalism arises. You guys, yeah, Vanilovan, you can join the waiting room too if you guys want to talk. EST. A take so unhinged. So my point is not to backwards apply nationals. All right, Van Loven, are you gonna come on? E7 program. No, I don't think I cannot slur right now. Oh, okay. So you are too drunk to have this discussion. All right, then. Unfortunate. Wait, we can't slur. No, not that kind of slurring, Avi. I assume you mean slur your words, Vanaloven, not like say slurs. Nope, no content from me. Can you do you want to do it another time? Hey, I just had a beer just like an hour ago. I ain't drunk. Yeah, but Vanaloven is like 6 beers in. He's really drunk. Okay. Hi.
Does it sound okay?
What?
Does it sound okay?
Not only
I don't mean-
kind of. Are you at the gym?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't hear you. You are literally yeah, okay. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know if he's gonna come back. I kind of doubt it. Like, all I could hear was stuff in the background, and I could not. Yeah. He's saying we carry the flame. Oh my god. Is this 2006 YouTube? True. Good question. I feel like doing this another time might be funny. Incompetent gym Wi-Fi another time. Yeah, that makes sense. When Vanaloven is sober. Okay, yeah. Okay. Also, I'm pretty sure our only disagreement is backwards applying the term nationalism. Yeah, maybe. Might be more than that, though. So wait, Epic was saying that these Senate Republicans are blocking Trump from canceling the E7 program and funneling money into Trump's programs. I assume, are you talking about this, the Boeing E7 wedge tail? Twin-engine airborne early warning and control aircraft, originally designed by the Royal Air Force, based on the Boeing 737 next generation. In the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2026, passed by the Congress in November 2025, additional funding was allocated to keep E7 development on track. Interesting. Look at that thing. Designed by the RAF, Wikipedia is interesting. Wait, where does it say that? Oh. Oh, originally designed for the Royal Australian Air Force. That's what it's saying, that it was originally designed for them, not by them. Unless that's wrong. I used to fly online flight sims. I used to fly in online flight sims on the VUSN. It was awesome. Okay, then that makes more sense. I was going to say it's a Boeing airplane. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they didn't design it. They just, I think they probably just commissioned it first, and then I guess now everybody else is going to use it. Looks like others have it too. Yeah, the RAAF, not the RAF. Put a link on your Discord if you're looking for articles on it. Oh, okay. Thanks. Airspace Forces Magazine. Interesting. Congress poised to save E7 Wedgetail in new NDAA. Oh, this is from December 9th. Okay, so this is what was on that on Wikipedia. This is mentioned here. This is from a website called Defense News, but yeah. Congress is getting closer to saving the E7 Wedgetail from the Pentagon chopping block. House of Representatives preparing to pass presumptive final version of National Defense Authorization Bill this week. I'm assuming that they do, but it says poised to, so that's nice. But I'm just surprised by the Senate having a spine. This is a magazine funded by the Department of the Air Force and by the DoD that everyone working for USAF gets spammed at them. I'm your work email. The targeted audience is mostly American airmen. Oh, I see. So you get this in your work email? I understand. Air Force Patent Holiday offers businesses inventions for free. Everyday spams this year. I'll give Congress credit when it actually impacts the admin. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, like, I feel like this is probably something that was maybe easier for them to do, but I also don't know how much Trump cared about this, but yeah. It's useful for Cliff Notes, basically, for major events. Someone is stuck with their job's newsletter and wants to make it everyone else's problem. I mean, at least this seems like a cool magazine. All right. Okay, guys. I think that's it. I think I'm out of steam. We made it to 5 hours though. Sunday was perhaps not as successful. Maybe the evenings would have been a better time for me to do this. I just don't necessarily have the same amount of desire to stream in the evenings as other people do. I mean, this impacts the admin by preventing them from destroying our early warning radar system and funneling that money to corrupt programs that he's personally managing. I would say that's a small W. Oh, okay, well, that's good. One last Stewart. Sure, hold on. Let me find him. One sec. Hey! Here! Here, baby! Come on over here. Big stretch. Vanilovan, you are always recommending meth. I believe you also recommended cocaine before too. You were like, I recommend cocaine. Oh, you told me to change my prescription to cocaine when you said it sounded like Vyvanse wasn't working out. Aww. He's a sweet baby. because if you add stimulus, because if you add if you have ADD, then stimulants are great. I heard a purr. Well, that's good. He is purring. He purrs a lot. He's quite a loud boy. And he enjoys the purr. Aw. Hi, buddy. Doomy is passed out behind my computer monitor. Oh, that's so cute. You should take a picture of her. Oh yeah, I did. I did see the Cleo horror movie pics. Those were really funny. If anyone's in my Discord, guys, if you come to my Discord, you can check out there's a pet pics channel that you can check out for like all the adorable cat pictures of members of our little community here. Hi. Hello. Well, all right, that's going to be it for me. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, guys. Say goodbye to the people. I don't know if you all could hear the purr at all, but he's an adorable baby. Yes, thank you very much, guys. Have a good one. Bye.